Hello, I am Archivist Saren, and welcome to my study. And today, we are back not once more, just we are back, because this is only the second episode of this. But we are back to some, whenever it appears on, there it is, some World of Warcraft on, I think it's Nostrum? Yeah, Nostrum, right there. I don't remember what we were doing. We were questing. I think we only have like a few things left to do. Then we'll be heading up to Bloodmyst, which I really don't like that they don't give you any, like, indication. Why is Bloodmyst tile here? There's like no real indication that it's actually up there, that you can like switch to the next zone. I mean, you kind of can if you really... If you really click it hard enough, or if you like click down here for some reason, it's very bizarre, but it's fine. And also we can just kind of run through enemies. How are you not aggro? Hello? Okay. He had a bit of a delayed reaction. That's fine. We're not gonna judge him for that. Alright, the enemies just, they just F off, like, immediately. And my auto run still doesn't want to work for some reason. But it's fine. Oh, you again! Bruh, we've been over this. I forget how to play. I mean, I won things. I think that's how I play. That's about it. But yeah, we've been over this, Mr. Blood Elf man. Who are you? I have no idea. You're not like part of any of my quests. Are you a rare of some kind? You don't have the rare thing around your face, so I don't think so. But I'm gonna kill you anyway. Why do you just... He's like pacing back and forth even while... And I think his spell just failed. Intelligence reduction. And he didn't even drop anything. Wow, okay. Well, weird things are going on today. I have no idea.
That ability isn't ready yet.
The enemies around here seem to like to walk around in between attacking. I don't know why. Is that normal? I don't think that's very normal. He's like trying to get his steps in while also throwing spears into my face hole. Which just seems like a weird thing to be doing. There, we got the hunter man over here. That's fine. Hit him with another mind blast. We're gonna get him with the brain blast right over here. So far, so good. But, you know, while I was away and not streaming, I was doing some shenanigans over on a warlock that I made because, you know, warlocks, they're great. One of my favorite mage type, like caster-esque DPS characters. And, you know, it was actually much easier, surprisingly. Like, I didn't even have a wand on the warlock, but you just put all your dots on between 1 to 3 enemies, and then you just kind of melee attack them. Okay, hi Murgabulurbuda. Why are you respawning like instantaneously and attacking me? Yeah, it's very rude, you know. Luckily, the priest can actually heal, whereas the warlock could not. But certainly, priest is a lot harder to solo level. Not to say that there's actually any difficulty in it, because that would be quite deceptive to say. I mean, it's still wrath difficulty, which is not any difficulty at all. I was very much thinking about how, like, while I was playing the Warlock, I was contemplating how much of just like a power fantasy it seemed to be. Like, it was not, there was no like struggle, no uphill battle, no feeling like you're fighting against equally, you know, difficult opponents to yourself. It was always just, oh, how many enemies can I pull at once and not die? You know? Like, let's try just multi-dotting 2 enemies, and then 3 enemies, and then, oh, my imp, for some reason in this expansion, has, like, more health than I do. Have the imp tank for a bit, like... And he has, like, infinite mana. His mana regenerates faster than his fireballs actually reduce it. So I have no idea how that works, because imps are supposed to be, like, notoriously wimpy in both health and mana in Classic, but here it's like more health than you and more mana than you, and it's like, how does that make any sense? Why is the imp overpowered? I honestly don't even know what to expect once we get Voidwalker. Like, seriously, that is gonna be insanely overpowered. Because I don't even know. How much health is that thing gonna have if the imp has 200 HP? Alright, Ravagers. One of my favorite enemies of this expansion. I think because back in the day, when do I need to do anything else here? I think it's just the hides. Could have sworn there was something else we do here, but I guess that might come later.
Not ready yet.
But yeah, yeah, you're the thing that I remember we need to do something with. But in official Burning Crusade, you know, back when it first came out, I had a hunter. Actually, I think it was my dad's hunter. I mean, it's been my hunter for a long time, but I'm pretty sure it started out as Dad's hunter, and then he transferred it to me because I was a little kid and I didn't know how to level characters, so... But he had, like, a lot of high-level characters, so I think he did a... Oh my gosh, again? Again? Bro, you just do not know when to quit. How many times are you just gonna sneak attack me out of nowhere and die? Like, you're not even a threat, you're just annoying. You are a threat to my sanity. Huh. Anyway, yeah. So, I had a hunter. And said hunter had a Ravager pet. And the Ravager pet, it was purple. I don't think it was that purple. No, it might have been that purple. Yeah, I think that might be the exact one that we had. But it was a good pet, you know, solid pet, and I kept it literally forever. I think if I were to, you know, bow to the immoral corporations and buy a WoW subscription again, I'm pretty sure I could log on to my hunter. That's probably like 4 expansions behind at this point. I think the last expansion I ever played was Shadowlands. How long ago was that? How many expansions has it been? Is it just one? I don't remember. I don't keep up with the expansions, but
Can't do that yet.
yeah. So I think I still had the same Ravager though that I've had since TBC. And it's pretty great. Alright, we're level 11. Whoop-de-doo. Alright, we can get another talent point. Spirit tap, perhaps. Has that been affecting us? Hard to tell. Because it's not a 100% chance yet, so... Really? Bro, your cousin was just like literally 5 meters over in that direction, and you're just and you're just standing right here. Like, what is that about? So, I normally go for healer when I play WoW. Just 90% of the time, I like to go for being a healer, which thus makes it a bit odd that I'm being a priest. Spirit tap? No spirit tap. Am I just getting unlucky with that, or does it not show up as a buff? Miss. It's still so cursed. Like, ah yes, my mental assault against this target just went a few meters to the right. Like, how does that happen? I don't know. Like, I could see life tap, spirit tap, not life tap. That's a warlock thing. Is it just not? Is it not showing the buff, but I'm getting the buff? Because we killed 3 enemies, and at 66% rate, in theory, only buffs. No, I think it should be showing all the buffs, as far as I know. Maybe these enemies just aren't good enough to warrant it actually tapping their spirit. Spirit tap. Okay, yeah, we were just getting really unlucky with all the other ones. That's good to know. That's pretty nice. I think that's significantly buffed from Classic. Which means maybe I'll just never run out of mana. Although, I seem to remember... I haven't ever played Shadow, as I said, but I have gotten Spirit Tap before, because it's always like the first thing in the Shadow tree. And if you're solo leveling any priest, it's pretty useful. But I'm fairly certain there used to be a stipulation on it where it had to be an enemy that you yourself got the killing blow on, which means that during dungeons, more than likely, I'm not going to be getting Spirit Tap from most of the enemies. Because, I mean, just, like, logically, there's 4 damage-dealing characters in a dungeon. You know, maybe even the healers joining in if they really are just having too easy of a time. And so, statistically, I would probably only be getting about 25% of the killing blows, and that's only if I'm doing equal damage and equal, like, consistent hitting compared to everybody else, which I might not be, because I think Shadow Priests have a lot of, like, burst damage. I don't know, because they seem to be kind of like a mix of an Affliction Warlock and maybe a Mage. I don't quite know, because they do have damage over time, but they also have like channeled things and Mind Blast and other such abilities, so it's kind of difficult to know what they would be equivalent to exactly. Oh. Actual greens. That is surprising. Oh yeah, and then where do I take that? Just to you, okay. Hello, Gurf. Why is your name Gurf? I mean, that's probably a rude question, but I would like to know. That's not better. This is better money. So we'll go with that. Trainer? No. I mean, yes, they are a trainer, but just a trainer, not training and supplies, sadly. We'll go over here and sell, and then apparently we have to go talk to that guy again. Let's see. Seashell. Those things. Don't need any of this. Okay, and then we'll open. Wow, okay. 2 pearls in a row. That is surprisingly insanely lucky. I don't know if they upped the drop chance of pearls in the later expansions, but if that's still at the same rate as in Classic, then that is a very, very lucky drop rate right there. Alright, crazed Alkin. Oh, those are the people inside. Yeah, we walked past them a few times. But once again, they're just like, ah, you've completed all the other quests? Well, then go back into the same cave again and do more quests. Like, can't they have, like, a different questing area to send me to? Like Bloodmyst very soon here. Oh, hello. Thanks for helping, I suppose. Yeah, because I think we saw that chieftain entity over there and didn't know what the heck they were for. Evidently it's for this quest. And hopefully,
I need a target.
pretty soon here, I will be getting some better spells. I mean, not that our spells currently are bad, it's just if we went into a dungeon with just the spells we have now, we would not be doing much damage at all. I mean, unless my wand itself can keep up in DPS with anyone else, but I kind of doubt that it can. Wands are very good for, you know, consistent DPS, but not very good for high DPS. Alright, hello Chieftain Ooga Booga. Time for you to meet your maker, which is not me. Because, you know, that might imply, I don't know, some sort of parentage on my part, and you're kind of ugly, so I would not appreciate that connection, personally. Alright. Well, we still need to kill more owlkin, or wildkin, I suppose. Does that mean these aren't owlkin? Are they like a different thing? Or are they just being a bit quirky with the naming? Our Mind Blast does some serious damage already. I don't know, eventually we'll get some cool stuff. I don't know when. Apparently Vampiric Touch is like way late game, so we're not having that ever. And then I know Shadow Form is very good for your, you know, damage, and we're not getting that yet because that requires 30 points in Shadow talents, which means that the current level limit would not allow us to get it, even if we were at the max. Yeah, that is kind of an issue that I heard about Shadow Priest, is that apparently in this expansion they are not that good until Shadow Form. Like, people were saying that they suggest leveling as Discipline until you're high enough level for Shadow Form, and I'm like, I'm not even gonna be able to get Shadow Form yet. Like, the max level is below that, so we're just kind of screwed in that department. But I'm sure it'll be fine, probably. You know, I like playing the underdog classes, because then when I inevitably do horrifically bad damage, I can just be like, oh, well, Shadow doesn't do good damage yet. I need to be higher level. So I'll just, you know, use that as my copium until, you know, until the next expansion of the level cap comes out, and then I will probably still be coping off of something because I'll probably still be doing horribly. But we'll see. Maybe I'll do great. I also forgot to get the damage meter again, but that's fine. Who needs a damage meter when you can have fun? Said almost no WoW players ever. Okay. Now, apparently we need to go back here. Because reasons. And then we have to come all the way back up here to get to Bloodmyst. Wait a minute. Also, was it? That's such a weird selection. Yeah, we could go up to the Elec Herder quest. Maybe. Maybe even up to here to get the flight path? Do they have a flight path there? I don't know. It's funny, because the amount of times I've done Azure-Mist Isle is a lot. I've in my life, overall, I've done Azure-Mist Isle probably at least a dozen times. But I have not very often actually gotten as far as Bloodmyst Isle. Which is weird, because Bloodmyst Isle is the second, you know, portion of Azure-Mist. So you'd think I would go directly there, but I did not. So it is kind of weird. I think mainly the reason for that is because, as you can see, I'm already level 11, and usually by about level 10 or 11, I jump into doing like PvP. Can you queue for Battleground? You can. Interesting. Winter's Grasp. Now eligible to queue for Winter's Grasp. Can I? That seems a little high level to me. You know, personally, I don't think that's a great idea. But we will try PvP at some point, probably once we get up to the current max and get some BIS items. Because as of now, especially at level 10, being at the bottom of the bracket, I would be probably steamrolled by every single person in the entire game. But once I get up to the current max level, which is 29, and get some best in slot gear, it would probably be on rather equal footing, you know? Probably, I would hope. There are very few situations where I actually excel at PvP, I must say. Usually, I just kind of end up dying. Brown bear, you say? That... Did they just like run out of ideas with like descriptors of bears, and then it's just... So everywhere else it's just like, ah yes, we got thistle bears, we got, you know, freaking grizzly bears, we got all sorts of different bears, and then you come here, you're on some wild island with blood crystals everywhere, and everything's insane and crazy, and then no, it's just like, oh, it's a brown bear. You know, one of the more common types of bears that are out there.
Dionysaka.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Alright. I have 15 minutes. Oh, great. Yeah, sure. Where am I going? I didn't actually read. Is that all the way back home? I think it is. Yeah, that's partly why I was wanting to come up here first, is because I was thinking like, well, I seem to remember you get a quest that gives you one of these for a bit, and that will increase our ability to actually go home significantly. Man, it's been a long time since I rode an Elec. It's also interesting because, like, where do we keep these things? You only ever see them in the one spot, which is the place that you buy them from. But, like, did we bring these from our home planet? Were they on the ship with us and they just survived the crash somehow, even though they're behemoths? Like, how did that happen? Because at least with the Tauren, like, Kodos are an actual enemy you run around and, like, interact with. Here, it's just like, well, you've never heard of one of these before, you've never seen one of these before, it's like they don't even exist, but we're just gonna give you a rideable one. I don't even know. Which, now that I think about it, happens a lot with mounts in later expansions. Where they're just like, have you ever heard of a freaking purple phoenix thing? No? Well, here's a rideable version for like $50. Buy it. We know you will. It just seems kind of odd. Because they do sometimes give rideable versions of enemies that you just have never interacted with before. Okay, I have warned you. I don't remember what I'm supposed to be warning you about, but I have done my due diligence in warning you of something. So, you're welcome. I think it was like a Blood Elf invasion or some such. This is a whole, like, the British are coming kind of situation. Which, now I'm imagining British Blood Elves, which is kind of a terrifying, like, mental image, but I'm sure it's fine. You know, I'm pretty sure elephants would be a really bad option for a mount. I mean, as like a war mount, they have some significant advantages. But just as a regular everyday mount, elephants are going to be way too slow, get tired way too quickly. I mean, they don't, like, get tired. You know, I'm not going to say that they have, like, no stamina or anything. But they certainly aren't any spring chicken. You know, they aren't light and move quickly and all that. They're heavy, and they can't run forever. They probably couldn't run for nearly as long as, like, a horse could. But I guess as a draft animal, maybe they'd be good, you know? You know, like, to carry heavy things around and move wagons and other such things. I think they could possibly be used for that. Who am I talking to? You? Yeah. Okay. You have all been duly warned. Goodbye. I've turned in my last Azure Mist quest as well. So we're out of here. And actually, that was not even 1/3 of the time they gave us, so we can probably run all the way back up there before this mount runs out, which will be quite efficient for us. You know, quite nice of the quest designers to be like, okay, we want to put in a quest where you have to just run around a lot, so let's give you a mount this time instead of, you know, in Classic where they're just like, we're gonna tell you to go run around for like 20 minutes and not give you any speed boost or mount or shortcut or teleport or anything. You just have fun running. Hit the auto run and go that way. That's your gameplay for the next half hour. Congratulations. So at least they were a bit nicer than that. You can switch these just so the bags are in reverse order of bigness. We always want these at the back, so I know that I'm selling them. That is a torch that somehow can just survive being rampaged over by a frickin' elephant. I don't know how. Whoever built that torch needs a raise. It's like one of those situations where, like, a guy's mailbox keeps getting run over, so he installs a frickin' steel I-beam and puts the mailbox on top of it. that's the same situation with that torch. The torch is actually like embedded 30 feet into the ground and is made of freaking vibranium. So now we're gonna head up here and do some other quests. I'm not nearly as familiar with the quests around Bloodmyst. I think I've done it a few times, like once or twice, maybe, but very rarely do I play all the way through Bloodmyst, so it's gonna be an interesting experience. There's our brown bears again.
May the light embrace you.
They like pears.
May the light embrace you.
Interesting.
Favor the road, traveler, my few.
You wish to buy? Wait.
Sell everything because we don't need anything. And now apparently we're killing a bunch of stuff. There's hatchlings. Can I fight while on top of this
I'm
thing?
out of range.
No, sadly not. Would have been cool though. No loot. That's fine. Oh, pears. Pears guarded by bears. You don't see me. It's like a meme of just the person trying to hide behind the really thin pole, and you can obviously see them around it. That's it, but it actually worked this time. I don't know how.
It's too far away.
It's too far away. A blue flutterer, you don't say. Whoever named that one, they were just like, man, this thing is blue and it flutters. And it's just like, wow, brilliant. Absolutely insightful, my lord. Alright, now we just need to kill a million more of these guys, which shouldn't be at all an issue. You know, Ravagers are interesting creatures, because, like, you know, it's usually a good way of going about things to look at fictional entities and try to figure out what biological factors are here, because like they obviously have some sort of exoskeleton, almost a chitinous armor maybe, which makes a bit of sense seeing as how they're carnivores. They have long teeth for some reason. Not exactly sure why that is. Especially because they have a wicked, what is that, an overbite? Or is that an underbite? I think that's an overbite, because I don't remember if it's based on the lower jaw or upper jaw. But either way, these things are pretty wacky. I feel like they wouldn't be able to bite things very easily, which would indicate maybe that the teeth are more tools rather than actually being good eaten, you know? So perhaps they're a creature that has to pry pry their prey out of shells, and they use their teeth to, like, I don't know, be able to get up into the shell and pull whatever they're trying to eat out. Which would also make sense as to why then that they're able to survive with such a crazy, weird bite. Because then, you know, you wouldn't actually need to be factoring in that these things are, you know, not able to bite things, because most things that are in a shell are really soft and squishy, so they could probably either eat them without having to bite that much, or at all. Where are more sand pear? Sand pear. I realize that I need more sand pears, but I'm almost done killing these guys, which is probably not good, because then I'm doing things out of order or some such. But the sand pears, I mean, the sand pears are kind of everywhere, but it would be beneficial to fight in the direction of other objectives, because then you're multitasking. All right, another pair over here. You think elephants actually like pears? And why are these called sand pears? Is that because they're sand colored? And are these pear trees? Like, how did these get here? Why are they so close to the trunk? Usually, if a fruit is going to be falling, it falls from, like, out at the end of branches. They usually don't just grow straight freaking out of the trunk. But what do I know? I'm not a pear expert. Alright, well, we don't need any more of these guys, so we're just gonna try to climb over this and fail horribly. There we go. Yeah, I mean, we honestly don't need to worry about them all that much at all when you're just running. Not even running, just walking the opposite direction. And we got these guys over here. Are these the guys we need to kill the chieftain of? I don't know. We'll just gather more pairs as we wander around this way. You know, it's a good thing that they make all the interactable objects, like, kind of obnoxiously shiny. There's one over there, but there's a bear, and I don't want to deal with that. Hello. Dang it, bear. I'm trying to kill things here. I don't need you. You're not even for any quests. You're useless. You're just, you're practically flavor text of an enemy. Which is just kind of a sad existence, if you ask me.
I can't cast that yet.
I can't cast that
That
yet.
ability isn't ready yet.
That ability isn't ready yet. Ah, Scorching Totem. Fun. You didn't give me a key. How do I get a key? I assume I need a key for you. Alright, hello. What do you want? How do you know my name? That's kind of creepy. One second, I need to slaughter one of your kind. Of course, you're, you know, kind of a tribal situation, so you probably don't care at all. It's usually how these things go. Ah, okay, so we need to kill the chief to get the key. Alright. That's all I needed to know.
That's still recharging.
Yeah, it is really funny how a lot of people, for some freaking reason, seem to think that tribal civilizations are somehow like peaceful. and just a utopia because they don't have modern technology. And it's like, I mean, on one hand, I would prefer to be, you know, in some ways, to just be able to live simply and not have taxes and stuff. But at the same time, tribal situations are not utopiistic in any way. Trying to figure out where the chieftain guy was, because I thought it was this, but no, we now gone into Naga territory, so this is definitely not the right way. Hey, can you leave me be? Thank you. Ow. You do a lot of damage, my good man. I don't much appreciate it. And this guy will probably just do infinitely more, which will be just dandy for me, I'm sure. Let's see. Hit you with one of these. We're gonna back up a bit, just so you don't pull anyone else. But yeah, I would say out of most governmental systems, which I don't know, I guess being tribal isn't really a governmental system. It's more of a just lifestyle, a civilization lifestyle choice. I don't know. But it's usually not good because it makes it so, kind of like with these furbolgs. They're all furbolgs, you know? They all are of the same race. And yet, they're all like trying to kill each other all the time. And you know, that's kind of a bad thing. Because when you are in a tribal type situation, you end up not segregating on the lines of like race or class. It's all just, what tribe do you belong to? Oh, you're the other tribe? Well, then we're going to kill you and enslave you and, you know, enslave your entire family for 20 generations because you just follow a different tribe than us. And it's like, it's not good. It's not good at all. A lot of people, for some reason, seem to think that, like, colonial Americans just one day woke up and were just like, ah, yes, I have invented a brand new thing, slavery. And it's like, no. Slavery has been around for as long as humans have been around. Possibly even before. I think there are animals that enslave other animals. But, you know, it's just kind of a thing that happens. You know, it's not something that you can blame on one demographic in one snapshot of time, like a lot of people seem to want to do. There's the chief guy. Okay, he's in the middle of a bunch of BS. But yeah, tribal situations are very rife with slavery and infighting and all sorts of bad things. You also do a lot of damage, and I don't appreciate it. Let's hope you don't do a lot of damage.
Not ready yet.
I like how his weapon appears, and then he attacks, and then it disappears. It's like he puts it away after every swing. Alright, let's just get Renew back. Do a little heal here. And then bubble. And then hit you with another Mind Blast. Easy game. And we level. Phantasmical. Alright, then I kind of prefer fighting the shamans, but we'll fight this guy if needs be.
I can't cast that yet.
Alright, then we get full spirit tap, which then we can get even fuller spirit tap, which is good because, you know, Mind Blast crits causing spirit tap will make it so it's a lot easier to actually get spirit tap in dungeons and stuff. Because then I don't need to rely on trying to get killing blows.
I need to target something first.
Alright, battered chest this time. Wow. It had nothing. Good. Maybe someone came along and took only the green item out of there. Or it was just a really bad chest. There's both very possible answers. Oh, and the flimsy chain belt it gave is worth 1 copper. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You know, that is certainly one of the situations where I'm just like, why does it take that long to interact with the thing? Most objects that you interact with in this game, I think you interact with too quickly because it's not classic, and in classic, it takes like 10 seconds to interact with any item. But here it's just like, hey, look, an item, and then you just right click it, and a second later it's in your bag. You know, it's just way faster than you would ever expect it to be. But with specifically with that situation, it's like, I got the key. If it takes you a solid like 8 seconds to open a cage while you are holding the key to that cage, I'm sorry, but you have to have something like deficient in your brain.
The Naru have not
because
forgotten.
that's just not. This is exactly the same as what I have.
Remember
Also, I
the
think,
lessons of the past.
yeah, I think I was supposed to do something over here. What does that even mean? What's a declaration of power? Oh, we need to drive the banner through his dead body. Okay, that's an interesting way to go about it, but all right. We can get a stamina.
May your
All right.
days be long, your hardships.
So I guess they do not care that I killed the dude that I was supposed to kill. They only care that I stabbed him with a banner for some reason. Because obviously the Naga are not going to be phased that their leader is freaking dead. They're just going to care if there's a banner in him. You know? It's very important. And of course, all these friggin' furbolgs are just directly in our way. Just preemptively bubble in case we pull a bear somewhere. But alright, we'll go kill this guy again. He was kind of a big wimp. As are most things, admittedly. Oh, we're level 12. We can go get a training. Next time I'm at the trainer, I probably won't remember to, but I should check what I'm going to be getting in the next, like, 2 or 4 levels. Because I would be interested to see if I get any of my other... good shadow spells in the near future. Because I would like to start dungeoning at, like, probably 16, but who's to say if that will be a good level to actually start. Alright, we'll want to wait, because I'm pretty sure if we pull one of these shore stalkers along with something else, we're probably not going to be having a fun time. Because the shore stalkers do a significant amount of damage. I don't know why. Like a boss, big wimpy baby. But shore stalkers, don't want to mess with them. I think he just destroyed our bubble in one shot. Also, you know, I don't even think we need kill credit. I think we literally just need to stab the banner into it, but you know, we'll take the help. Oh, and they're just going for it.
I can't do that.
All right, we'll heal them if needs be, but they're fine so far.
Not ready yet.
Do they need that? Nope. Okay. They were about to run away without the banner. Just like oh no. I'm stuck. Hopefully these despawn soon. Hopefully, yeah. Apparently these have a hitbox and you can get stuck inside them. Which means, I don't know if I'm stuck inside theirs or mine, because I think my view went like this the second they placed it, so it might be a bit of both. So we're just gonna look at some talents for a minute while we wait for these to despawn, hopefully. Let's see. So yeah, we'll get improved spirit tap, which will help with mana, which is probably the most important part of everything. Because mana, you know, it's useful. And it casts spells for you. And then I think when I was looking at this, all 6 of these are good and I want them. So we'll want definitely darkness. That's just 10% more shadow damage. And then this reduces the threat made by shadow spells, which is kind of one of the main issues that shadow runs into, is you generate a lot of threat as a shadow priest. So having that would be very useful. And then improved shadow word pain would probably be good. Maybe not necessary like right off the bat, so we might skip that one. Because shadow word pain is currently one of our weaker spells. So we're gonna maybe hold off on that, we'll see. Shadow focus, increased hit chance, and reduces mana cost. Very important. Because once again, mana, it's useful. It casts spells. And then Psychic Scream. I feel like in 90% of situations, aside from the situation of, oh shoot, there's a bunch of enemies, we need to run. Aside from that situation, I don't think Psychic Scream has very much use, because in most situations it'll just be used and then pull a million extra enemies. And then you've just kind of assured your destruction, which is not very conducive to existence. And then we have improved Mind Blast, which I very much like, because Mind Blast is good. While in shadow form, reduce all healing done to the target. Oh, that's pretty good. Wait, will that go up to 100%? I don't know, because there's 5 levels of it. Also, I like the period comma after the 0.5 seconds. I don't know why that's there, but that's, you know, like I've seen period question mark, and I've seen period exclamation mark, even exclamation mark question mark, but I've never seen period comma before. That is truly something special. But yeah, I do wonder if it's going to go up. It probably is going to go up to a 100% chance to reduce healing, but I don't know if it's going to also increase the amount of healing reduction by 20% each level. We'll have to see. But that would be kind of overpowered if it did. Mind Flay, of course. Very good. Of course, I'm not going to have that until level 21, I think. But that's always a good one. Shadow's Reach. Probably decent. Not necessary, though. Fade. I keep forgetting that I'm a priest. And we have things like Fade. It's kind of bizarre, because every time I've ever played a priest, it's been a healer. To some degree. So it's weird to be playing what in my head is a healing class and then to turn around and be like, ah, yes, let me go into shadow form and never heal anything and just blast them with, you know, my freaking affliction warlock cosplay.
One wishes to you. Remain vigilant.
Interesting. Okay, we got a giant named elephant. That's nice.
Good fortune. Blessings
Crystals.
upon your family.
Quests, all sorts of quests. Just grab them all. Do we have enough space in here? We do. Oh, we can get 25 quests. Ain't that nice? I know with Turtle WoW, they were saying the reason why they didn't increase the quest cap is because it was actually like an engine limitation. I don't know why that would be such a hard limitation, but apparently it is. Yeah, that's not better than our purchased wand, so we're gonna just continue on.
The legion's end draws near.
Open your heart to the light.
Alright, that guy wants us to get all the shrooms. Which is normal, I'm sure. Oh, level 17, huh?
Each day is a blessing. May your days be long and your hardships few.
Is this the one to, like, just fly down to someplace? Yeah. Oh, we could. Do we have to? I don't think we have to. Other vendors, are you a vendor? I don't think you're a vendor. We're be vendors. Probably over here by the inn. Yeah.
May the light embrace you. Be
Yeah,
kind to those
open
less
that.
fortunate.
And sell all of this because who needs it? Not I. You know, it also confuses me because, like, you
Favor
get
the road traveled by few.
you get a quest and they say, hey, we need you to gather like 10 sand pears, and then from those 10 sand pears they make, in this case I think they were like pie or something, and then they give that back to you, and it's like, well, then what was the point of me gathering that for you if you're just going to turn it into something and then hand it right back? You know, didn't you need them for something, not just to give me a reward? Like, if they gave me, you know, if they had me gather 10 and they give me back 5, then that might make some sense, because then they're keeping 50% of it. But I mean, I can't imagine you can make more than 1 pie per pair. Most likely you'd need several pairs per pie, you would think. I need a better bubble. I think my bubble's a little outdated. Alright, he's almost dead. Here we go. Can I just... oh, there's enemies in here as well. I was hoping I could just, like, thread the needle and waltz right in without anyone noticing. But evidently that is not the case. Alright, and you guys are just freaking dead. I don't know what to do for you. Don't mind me. Okay. Now, that was all we needed from over here. See ya, dead guys. Sucks to be you. I don't have a quest to help you, so I'm just not going to. We need to go kill some spies, and then the Deathclaw, which I think is a little high level for us right now, but who knows? Maybe we could do that. I don't know. They don't give us a lot of quests, honestly. We also need to go do some heinous things to some Murlocs. So that'll be fun. Alright, we got these blood elves again. Let us get our one-use ore veins here. And it still gives 2 points per mining node. I wonder why they decided to change that. Were people having a tough time leveling up mining? Or did they get rid of the thing where you can gain mining XP by smelting? I don't know. And so they just like doubled up the mining increase. Yeah, we're certainly, our wand is getting less and less effective as we go along. We're gonna need to get a better wand pretty soon, or just spells to make it so we don't need to rely on the wand anymore. Alright, back to spamming the wand. There we go. Yeah, I swear it's all the melee enemies that do the most damage in here. I don't know why, but consistently all the spellcasters have been wimpy, and all the melee characters have been very high damage. I kind of feel like that might also be the case, you know, with characters as well. Because with how fast-paced things get in this expansion, I'm honestly not sure if I'm going to be able to cast like any spells on an enemy before they die. That was even an issue in Classic itself. What are you? You're just a spy, okay. Where sometimes if your group is just going too fast and is too good, then you can't get a spell in edgewise because you're just not fast enough. Your spells take a long time to cast, and by the time you've gotten a spell off, the enemy's pretty much just already dead. It is very unfortunate. Ah, yes. Crystal. We don't do anything with it. Okay. I thought it would be a quest crystal. But it's just a normal crystal. Our bubble's actually lasting a good while. He must just keep missing. Because yeah, usually the bubble would have run out in like 3 hits. But there it lasted like a good 7. Alright, we're halfway done. Just hit him with the brain blast. There we go. What do you think Mind Blast feels like? Probably not very comfortable. Maybe just like a migraine? just instantly assaulted with a migraine. Which probably would not be very pleasant, to say the least. Miss. Once again, how do you miss with the frickin' brain blast? Alright, any more? Yeah, there's some over here. When does this get attached to me? Do they just put it on like silently when they're running up? Cause I swear, I always have it on, but I never notice any kind of like spell effect come out of them that would signal that they have applied it. We're getting a lot of crystals. I'm not sure why. Okay, we only need one more, so might as well just find one that's like along the way home. Like you. Okay, but we don't have the thing now. I guess they decided to just not apply it this time? Who knows? Apparently that person is the hero and the savior of Azuremist and Bloodmyst. Then what am I here for? If they're your savior, go tell them to do all these quests. Like, what the heck? But I suppose that's what happens when you actually finish the whole quest line of both zones. As I have evidently never done. Alright, one intellect, I'll take it. As a big ol' mace for a priest. Alright, we'll go do some heinous things to some murlocs, which will be fun, I'm sure. Wait, is that better? Are you better? You're better. It doesn't make much difference, but might as well.
Seek the path of the light.
Okay, bye. Now we're gonna go to the murlocs, and apparently we have to go down here. Crystal sample. I have crystals. Probably not the right crystals, but I do have some crystals. Which crystals specifically does it have to be? The ones right there by the crossing? Which is kind of odd. But you know, we're not going to question it, I guess. Alright, so here... Okay, so here's not the murlocs. This... Okay, yeah, so this is just where we're supposed to get plant. Oh, you guys are the ones that we need to kill. Or I guess you can drop one if I kill you. But I could also grab it from there. You know, you don't have incentive to kill these little fish things very often because they can't chase you out of water, so you usually just calmly walk away from them. Alright, well, thank you. Then we need to go grab another plant from over here. We should probably do the mining first, which I think is that, or maybe this. Just past this? It's hard to tell. And do I want to know why all the water is red? Probably not. Ignorance is probably bliss in that regard. Alright, let's get all our buffs and stuff going. And just go in here. Yeah, I think it's specifically this little crystal. I mean, there's these crystals and all sorts of crazy stuff everywhere. But he's like, nah, you know that tiny little one right in the middle of the Ravager area? Yeah, I want a sample from that one. Though to be fair, it kind of looks a lot like the crystal that you find in Darkshore, right at the edge of, you know, between Darkshore and Felwood. So that might be there might be a connection there. All right, we gotta do some of this. All right, thank you. Now I guess we're gonna just follow the water, get some murlocs, and then head up that way towards camp, grabbing a plant as we go. So how does this work? Supposed to use this on you? And then not kill you? I guess they just take it. That's a cool looking murloc. Alright, how much range does this have? It doesn't say. Alright. Well, thank you for the information, game. Yeah, just I'm just freaking sniping these things with a rifle, pretty much. Interesting title that guy has there. Alright. We're not gonna question it. Scout, I need to shoot you. Huzzah. Are there more scouts there? I think there are. Hard to see. Okay, that's probably about it. Good. It's also kind of weird that this is called catch and release when I haven't caught a single one of these. I'm just firing at them. Which seems a little cruel if you ask me. Plus, how so are we tagging them? Are we tagging them with magic? Or is this thing literally just like a projectile tag that just embeds itself into their skin and... I don't even know. Because we obviously don't have like... Well, I was going to say we obviously don't have trackers like we use in real life to tag animals, but at the same time we have like goblin and gnomish engineering available to us. Plus the Draenei made a spaceship. So I guess it's not that weird that we might have technology for like remote tracking and stuff like that. I don't know, it's always one of those weird situations having limited technology in a fantasy setting but still having technology, you know? Someone grab that ore, or did it just go out of range? I don't know. We're just gonna ignore it because I wasn't going for it anyway and head right back to town. I am very tired for some reason. Maybe because I stayed up late. As I shouldn't do. but I still continue to do it every chance I get. And as would probably be expected, every night is kind of every chance you get to not sleep. So, but it's fine. I'm sure all is gonna be perfectly fine. And I'm not gonna fall asleep halfway through the stream. You know, going and fighting Deathclaw would probably, you know, wake me up a little bit, keep me a bit more alert. I'm not that tired, just, you know that level of tiredness that you get to where your body's constantly just like, I know what'll fix you being tired, stretching. And then you stretch and then you're just like normal for a good 5 minutes, and then your body's back to, you feel tired again. Time to stretch. Obviously, you just aren't stretched enough. You need to be limber to not be tired. Everyone knows this. You know, it is kind of disturbing that all the crystals are, like, turning red from the bottom up.
Blessings upon you. May your days be long and your hardships few.
There we get an upgrade there. It's a good thing they're giving us a lot of greens.
Arcanon Poros.
Arcanon Poros.
Good health.
Find the survey team. Huh. I have bad news for you, my good man. I'm pretty sure I already found them. And they're like freaking dead. Like, don't even bother.
The Legion will fall.
Radiated crystal shards again. Oh, I already have some. Okay, good. That's what those are for.
Safe travels.
It's interesting that those can drop before I've even gotten the quest for them. That's usually not how it works, but
Arcanon Poros.
pretty nice. Alright, one intellect is probably better than one stamina, all in all. Are we at the point, I wonder if intellect gives spell power? No, still only mana and spell crit. Okay. Because I know I'm pretty sure at some point in the expansions, they change it so intellect actually gives spell power. So it's like strength, but for spells. But as of now, that is not the case. You still need... Okay, hello. Oh, it's just because a ton of things drop these crystals. I thought they just dropped from the Blood Elves, because that's where I've been getting them before. Well, if we get one more level, then we're for sure gonna go back to town to train, because we are quite level-ed. Apparently you can drop crystals, so I want to kill you now. Miss. You know, it used to be weird to be using a wand because wands kind of act like a melee attack or act like a physical attack by, you know, they kind of are like auto shot with a bow, but they can be resisted. And that used to always be the weird thing about it, is like, oh, it's a spell, but it's also like a regular attack that has white numbers, and so it's one of the only ways you can see a white resist. But on this server, because resists are labeled as hit, or misses, as it were, then it's even doubly weird, because now my brain sees that I'm using a wand, and then expects that I'm going to see a white resist appear if I miss something, but it says miss. So it like doubly flips what my brain thinks it's gonna be seeing. and it's very odd. All right, which one of these losers do I want to talk to? You. All right. Oh, obtain a data crystal. Fantastic. Yeah, it's just, oh great, it's one of these quests. I always hated these quests, but they're just like, let's make you have to collect one single very low drop rate item, which effectively just means that you need to kill like 30 of these enemies. It's like, if it were just a kill task, I would be happy, because then I could just kill like 10 enemies and leave. But sometimes, like, RNG is not my friend, and sometimes you can be stuck there for a good, oh, never mind, we got it. Okay, bye. That is a lot of tin. One could say it's a ton of tin. I wouldn't, because that would be a weird thing to say, but you could. You definitely could. But yeah, then other times you just get it first try. Not very often, but it happens. Let's see, why am I coming up here? Need bark or something. Crystallized bark, where does one get that? It doesn't really seem to want to let me know. It just wants to tell me, hey, you can get these crystal shards here. But what about the bark? It says bark right there. Do I even have that quest? It doesn't look like I do. No, I don't. Okay. So let's, I don't know, I guess we're just gonna leave the crystals quest alone for now, and we're just gonna get those over time. Because we could kill you. But yeah, it's just a low enough drop rate and enough items you need to get that it feels like it's one of those quests you're supposed to do passively as you're going through the zone, rather than actively trying to farm for it. So we need to go over there and do a thing. We need to come up here and kill level 17 guy. Might be possible. Might not be. I have a lot of healing, you know, and I am a priest, technically. Did I spend my talent point? I did not. Sure, we'll get life, not life tap, spirit tap all the way up. The second sample, okay, thank you. For just always sending me back to places that I've already been. Appreciate it. And what are these giant spikes for? Like, are they trying to defend against freaking dragons flying in? I don't know. That's what it seems like. Alright, so I think it's in the middle of the Blood Elf Spy area again. Which, you know, it would have been very considerate of him to tell me that he wanted a sample from here before I'd gone in and done the other quest, but you know, that one Draenei guy, he's just not very considerate. You know, he does not care about me or anyone else really. You know, I am surprised that there aren't just stone deposits. Because you'd think there would be, right? Because if you have a copper deposit, that's a deposit with copper in it. You know? Makes sense. But if you have a piece of stone that does not have any copper in it, You would think you could still mine it. You just wouldn't get any copper. You would just get stone and maybe gems, which would be kind of cool. But I don't know. It might be a balance issue for why they didn't do that. But it's kind of like in, you know, once again, Turtle WoW, where they implemented those gemstone things. It was a gemstone cluster, gemstone. Was it just gemstone deposit? I don't remember. But I mainly don't remember because I was never able to mine them because they require 310 mining skill to actually be able to gather. So even at max mining, you would need the enchants to be able to do anything about them. Ah, you guys are high level. I was wanting to go with that for that ore, but I guess we might as well ignore all the high level stuff because we're not gonna have a fun time trying to kill them, and instead just go kind of around here and do this. Hope to get more crystal shards along the way. Hello. Miss. Yeah, we're not gonna have a good hit rate on this. I mean, that's fine. We'll just heal. I can't miss while healing.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, the bubble is probably not worthwhile. But luckily we have him at like a near permanent standstill here. Just wanding and healing. Using our efficient healing options to just ward him off for all eternity. And see, it was worth it. We got a crystal. So what are you? Are you a priest? You are. Oh, you're doing the smite build, I see. It's not going very swimmingly for you. But yeah, I'm glad that you're having a good time with it. I would normally try to help, except that, you know, I'm pretty sure if somebody dies in this version of the game, it's kind of their fault. Oh, you dropped the bark. Wait a minute. But I still don't have that. I still don't have that quest. Do I? Oh, I do. It just was not where it was popping up to be. So we have to kill the treants. The trance. And then that'll be good. Can you also drop the shards? You can. It's efficiency. Okay. So always kill treants when you see them. And what's sparkly? Ore. I'll take ore. And more ore. Or otherwise known as more. Why do you always slow yourself? Oh, you're reducing physical damage taken. So you're okay. So you're reducing the physical damage you take and slowing yourself so you can't catch up to the caster that in the first place is not doing any physical damage, and thus you do less damage to me and I do the same damage to you, and that benefits you how? It doesn't make much sense. Alright. We are here at Demon Land. Why does like every continent have just demons on them? It seems like a pretty big issue. Bear, leave my kayak alone. Ah, fiery wrath. I think fire is like the one element that I don't have any abilities for at all. Except maybe holy fire later on. Is that in here? When do we get that? Why do we get that? How do we get that? I don't remember. But you get holy fire somewhere. You might just learn it. Zurak. Oh, that's great. Am I supposed to be talking to you? I guess so. I think I'm supposed to interact with something behind you. Yeah. Okay. Well. Sorry, dude, but you are going to have to perish. I mean, you are a demon, so I don't feel that bad. Although, you don't even have an axe. Wow. Okay. This just came out of left field here. You're telling me that somebody named Insane Racist got banned for hate speech. I can't believe it. You know, from his name, you would have never guessed. You wouldn't have thought. How could they do this to such a guy? He must be totally innocent. Yeah, that's it. Because his name, it just sounds so unassuming. You know, you wouldn't expect such a outcome. I wonder if that bans their whole account or just the character. Probably the whole account. So is that guy just farther away or is he just really small? Kind of hard to tell.
I need to get closer.
Hi, Fellsworn. Can you not be walking this way? I'd rather not fight you right now. Because I don't kill things very fast. And so it's a long delay if I end up pulling some random enemy I don't want to fight. And I don't like long delays. Oh, they're going to pay respects at the shrine that I slaughtered their friend at and probably desecrated with, but, you know, my eyes reading the tablet. But, you know, sucks to be them. Alright. My brain keeps saying, oh, just shadow meld. But I can't. I'm not a night elf. As far as I know. You know, this kind of begs a few questions. Oh boy, reminder. Racism, hate speech, slurs, coded slurs. Oh man. That's people are getting a bit wacky out there, I guess. Attempts to bypass chat rules are not tolerated on Nostrum. If you see this behavior, report the player on Discord with screenshots, character name, and approximate time. Okay. I was gonna try to join the Discord in between streams, but I completely forgot. I should do that. But yeah, it's funny that they need to put a reminder out there. That's like if the police put notices around and was just like, reminder. Killing people is bad. Don't do it. You know, like, just like, I don't think it's something most people need a reminder for, you know, but 99% of the population isn't really going around with racism, hate speech, slurs, and coded slurs. I'm just saying it's very much like a targeted reminder, it seems. Like there's 1% of the population that you're just staring down as you give that reminder, and everyone else is just confused as to why you're saying it. Give me your bark.
Not ready yet.
You don't have to be so sassy about it. Oh, but what I was about to say before that reminder popped up and distracted me is that it is kind of odd if you think about, you know, specifically like biology. I guess you don't need to worry about biology. I kind of forgot that the world in World of Warcraft was made by the Titans. I don't know a ton about the lore, like the deep lore of WoW, but I know that humanity of all varieties was created by the Titans, right? And those same Titans, I kind of want to farm for the shard if I can. But those same Titans are humanoid, which would explain why most intelligent life made by the Titans are humanoid. And I assume Outland was probably also made by the Titans at a separate time, because Outland used to be Argus, right? No, Argus was that's the Legion's homeworld, not the Draenei homeworld. What was I don't remember what the, you know, planet that Outland once was called. It's like, it's in my brain. I just am not able to pull it out right now. But yeah, so but I assume that the planet that once was also created by the Titans, which would make sense then as to why both like the orcs and the Draenei are humanoid, because they were probably made in the same image as the Titans, essentially, with some quirks. I guess one of them was just like, ah yes, I enjoy hooved creatures, so I'm gonna make a humanoid, but give him hooves for some reason. And tentacles. He was a bit freaky, you know? But it is a bit odd, because usually when you're looking at like sci-fi media and you see a lot of alien species that are humanoid, you ask a few questions like, why does humanoid seem to be the universal standard for intelligent life? You know? Why does that seem to always be what happens? Because I mean, it seems like the height of arrogance to assume that any intelligent species would look like us, right? That's just overconfidence and arrogance and pride on our, you know, on our side, and that's no good. It was destroy the satyrs. Yeah, what you said. Ah. Up there, you say. Alright, well, I'll be heading up there eventually. Hopefully not soon, because apparently that's very high level.
Good fortune.
Oh. Crystals. I guess int.
Remember the lessons of the past.
I will not remember the lessons of the past. Thank you very much. Oh, you can turn in more of those. Okay. I think I remember this cage. Yeah, you can just open it whenever you want and just step inside. I remember when I was younger, I would always just like hide in here because you can, well, I think the door eventually closes. But you can just like step inside and just be trapped inside the cage. Which is always funny because it's a cage that's, but yeah, there it closed. That's supposed to be like holding a criminal. And yet you can just kind of just walk in. It's not even locked.
Remember the lessons of the past.
Okay, another sample. Oh my goodness. Okay, we don't need that. So, all of these are very high level quests. I'm starting to think there's a reason why I've never finished Bloodmyst on my own before. Is because apparently the quests just kind of go freaking sicko mode after a certain point and skyrocket in level way past where you would ever actually be able to get to realistically. We can go try. I mean, this is Wrath, so You know, in Classic, this would be a death sentence. But in Wrath, maybe it isn't. I mean, we killed an orange bear before. Maybe we can kill orange / hopefully not red mobs. We'll see, I guess. Or die trying. Or we'll wait until we get a level and then the red will probably turn to orange and then, you know. Or, I don't know, because we just don't have anywhere else to go to level. I wanted to finish Bloodmyst and hopefully that would get us to 16, but that is evidently not the case. Not nearly as many quests over here as I thought there were. I mean, realistically, this island is almost as big as all of Azuremist. And Azuremist, like this whole area, is just the 1 to 5 area. All of this is where 90% of my leveling has been so far. And then Bloodmyst has a similar, actually larger landmass than mainland Azuremist. And yet, for some reason, it's just devoid of quests. I mean, there's entire segments of the map here that I didn't even go to. And I feel like we're already kind of at the end of the... Oh, you're yellow. Why are you yellow? Okay. I mean, I'll take it. What is the thing here? Corrupted crystals. Do you drop the crystal? Where do I get the crystals? Who knows? I certainly don't. But these guys are yellow, so I can kill them. And then after a few of these guys, we'll level. And then hopefully we'll be even better. Oh, there's a crystal. Probably just smacking us around right now. It's funny because he called a shadow stalker, but then he just walks right up to you and just starts slapping the heck out of you. Like they should just call him an Xarian slapper. That would have been pretty accurate. I need to move, and to do this, and to get one of these, and then probably hit you with one of these. Never mind, there's 2 of you. Okay, you're distracted over there. Good. I mean, this is probably bad. I didn't notice this guy was either nearby or patrolling. Never mind, he's effed off? What? Okay, now I need to question... Okay, yeah, he was patrolling a bit. I need to question if that's just, like, private server weirdness, or if that is the intended behavior. If the guy was just coming over to be like, hey, buddy, look at this cool trick I learned. Rain of fire. And then he's like, okay, that was great, guys. I'm gonna now go back to what I was doing. Bye. Like I did not expect that. I thought 2 of these kind of tougher enemies in this higher level area might spell our doom and we'd have to run. But no, this guy, he just F's right off. I don't understand. He's like, oh, you want to see my rain of fire again? Hacha, it's very impressive. Why are you hitting me? It's very rude. I'd rather if you didn't. Fine, I'll just have to resort to slapping you. Rain of fire. How much damage does this actually do? Quite a lot, actually. You know, freaking whatever your name is, Jimbo. I don't know. Your rain of fire is very impressive. I don't want to fight this because they're just gonna take it. But fine. We are going to trust that humanity will not fail us, as it usually does. Yep, it's totally failing us. Okay. I hate you and everything you stand for. Which is literally nothing. You don't stand for anything. Because I'm here, struggling through an orange mob to try to get to the chest, and they're just like, no, I'm just gonna, you know, actually, I think I just see a freaking chest over here, pushes up glasses, and I'm gonna take it. It totally, nobody was trying to go and get it and have loot for themselves. No, this is totally for me because I'm just an average WoW player, and I just take everything greedily that I possibly can. I'm a gluttonous slob that grabs everything just insatiably. This is why we don't trust humanity. This is exactly why. Yeah, you like to think, oh, you know, I'm on a private server. This isn't Blizzard slop, you know. We're gonna actually have decent human beings around. Nah. Do not be fooled. Do not be fooled. These people, if you can call them that, are not your friend. They will stab you in the back, and they will lead you astray. Do not trust. Do not grow connected. Just never give them the time of day, because they will steal it, and then they will laugh. Humanity is cruel and evil. And I'm starting to see why we're usually the villains in most alien movies. You know, like, what? Again? Again. Bro's just like, oh yes, I showed you my rain of fire, please respond. But I guess because I missed him a couple times in a row, he was just like, okay, I guess you're not interested, bye. But, you know, believe me, if I see that person again running towards a group of enemies with loot by it, I'm literally just gonna run up and take the loot while they fight. You know, turnabout is fair play. Everyone knows this. Oh, those are actually good bands. We're gonna put those on, you know, as soon as we're done beating this guy up.
That spell isn't ready yet.
And I think over here is where the, like, singular boss enemy type thing that I need to kill is supposed to be. Yeah, there he is. Oh, goodness. Level 18. I mean, you actually don't have that much more health than any other enemy here. Your level might just be, you know, for show.
I can't do that yet.
Goes Rain of Fire again. And of course there's more tin, which, you know, we haven't gone and actually worked on our mining yet, so we can't really grab that, but it's fine. We're not focusing heavily on professions anyway. There's a lot of it, though. They really like doubling up the ore veins, and I don't know why. Ow. You just heal real quick. Kind of hard to with you attacking so quickly, but that's fine. Just get out of here before Mr. Rain of Fire walks over here again. Okay. Maybe I should kill some more stuff. I don't know. Like Rain of Fire, man. Because if this guy was orange instead of red, I think I would be doing a lot better. Okay, and they're going after him. Am I still inside that? It's very hard to tell. I don't think I am. We can't hit this guy worth anything. All right. Let me just heal up. I mean, that's what happens when I try to... Okay, another rain of... More Rain of Fire. This guy calls on Rain of Fire more than Ash calls on Pikachu. Like, seriously. Alright, so this is the last Shadow Stalker we need, in theory. Then we just need the one Hellcaller, and we need to level. And then we need to wait for that guy to respawn. And then we'll probably die to that guy, because... who would expect any different, really? The miss. At least the Shadow Word Pain landed, so that'll do some good damage. Alright, I think we need to like wait a minute, because we are okay, he's going for that. We'll just wait, because yeah, our mana is not doing so hot after, you know, battle after battle after battle after battle. We'll just sit here for a minute. Let's see, do we have any drink? Probably not. I've usually been getting rid of them because so far we haven't needed them at all. So we'll just... How's he doing? I don't have target of target on apparently, which is weird. I usually do. Alright, we'll use him doing that to be able to get closer. So hopefully we don't have as big of an aggro radius. He's gonna do that again. I'm gonna lead him out here if I can. Ow, my face. Almost got him. How'd that not level me? Oh, but this is where we get the last crystal sample, is this big glowy thing. We are full up on inventory space, but I guess we could just use that. And bang some of this. Okay. Now we need to kill Zevrax here. Hey, Vsauce. Zevrax here.
It's too far away.
We're gonna kill this guy so we can hopefully level.
That ability isn't ready yet.
And then Zevrax will only be orange. You know? Won't that be good fortune for us? But you see what I mean, right? Like, normally, as a priest of this level, I would not dream of fighting orange/red level mobs. Leveled. Good. And yet, here I am, Also, I think... Do we have wand specialization? No. Unfortunate. I was looking at this before and wondering if that instant spells thing would affect power... Or not power word. Shadow word pain. Pado word Shane, as it were. But we're gonna... I don't know, I like Spirit Tap. We're gonna fully upgrade that first. All this tin and silver. Can't mine any of it. But we're gonna like stay back here until the guy spawns and then hope for the best when we fight him, because most likely bad things are going to happen, but he's the last thing we need for this quest. We did all the rest. But whether we can kill him or not, we're probably going to be heading back after this and go train, because I think we haven't trained at 12 or 14 now. So we'll have a lot of abilities to get, and I'm hoping for some solid upgrades, because we're a little wimpy. Also, the little respawn timers on this is not accurate. I was in the Blood Elf starting area on my Warlock, and there was a quest mob that said, oh yeah, 30-second respawn, it's fast, it's good, don't worry about it. And yeah, that was a lie. I was sitting there for probably like 5 minutes at least. And yeah, it was bad. But you know, probably just from a different version of the game that the quest add-on that says the approximate timers is just a little confused about. But yeah, we're buffed. We have Gift of the Naru, which heals a lot of my health. We have Bubble. We actually hit him with our attacks, which is surprising. Oh, he has Corruption, though. How much? Shadow damage. Okay, thank you. And Shadow Bolt. Okay, and that. Great. Let me just slam this into my face hole. Oh, and Curse of Weakness. I mean, that doesn't really do much against me. Can you stop with the Corruption and with the Shadow Bolts? They're very rude, you know? Four damage, okay. I see how it is. Can I have enough mana to heal, please? Okay, thank you. Never mind, he's just gonna insta-burst us down somehow. Yeah, the Gift of the Naru almost got us through it, but our mana pool is just not sufficient at all. I think it's because I keep trying to cast this, which takes like half a heal each one, but it does good damage. But I think the best option is just, well, no, Shadow Word Pain also. Shadow Word Pain almost does a 1-to-1 rate. Well, I guess that does too. They both do like a 1-to-1 ratio of damage to heal or damage to mana if they actually land, which on that guy is not guaranteed. But there's no real better way to do it. We already were trying our best with the wand, and the wand just was not landing. He's just too high level. But, I mean, this is the next quest. This is what they want us to be doing. So. And of course somebody else takes him out. Alright, well, we're just gonna go and turn in this other quest, I guess, because that guy's gonna be respawning for like 10 hours, so not much else we can do about it. And as I said, we'll go back and train regardless of if we can beat him or not, because I don't think fighting him again will make any difference. You know, unless we just... It's basically just a roll of RNG at this point. If we get more hits than misses than we did, like... You know, more hits than we did last time. And hopefully he misses more than he did last time. And then we can just... Why are you in here? This is a dangerous place to be, and I don't like it. See?
You have a great day now.
Over to equipment.
Off and away.
Okay, from who?
Alrighty then.
Over to equipment, like over there? Okay. Alright, we can try to do that. I don't like that you're just in the midst of all the enemies, but, you know. Why does it say you still have a quest? You most certainly do not. Do you? You didn't when I last saw. Yeah, that makes sense.
Can't carry anymore.
Oh yeah, we need to stop by the actual vendor of him, not just the quest giver.
Hi, you're a tall one.
I am a tall one, thank you for noticing. I don't need these anymore, I'm never going to use them. We can put these on, which might have actually helped during that last fight, but it's fine. We weren't going to win anyway, probably. Let's see. Bear meat. Better cloak that I didn't notice we got. Thank you. Okay.
Be seeing you.
Alright, now we need to kill these guys. Do we need multiple things of equipment? No, we just need the one. Which is good, because, you know, we don't have to clear out multiple of these camps. We just need to go... I mean, dude, you're the one that lives among these murlocs, so why couldn't you just walk over and grab it? It's literally within sight. He's looking directly at it. He's just like, yes, there's my box of equipment. Right next to those murlocs that I, for some reason, like to have as neighbors. Like, you know, if you're like researching the murlocs, you could be up on this hill or that hill just as easily. You don't have to like live among them like this. It just makes it very difficult for quest doers to actually get to you. Can you stop walking back and forth in and out of sight? Make it a lot easier to shoot ya. Really? Either respawn or... I don't know. Something. Okay, you guys are really annoying. What the heck? You see what happens when you live among the murlocs, my guy? Especially because murlocs are notoriously fast spawning. So we're gonna walk until this guy forgets we exist, because he, I think, is a walk-backy forthy person. Patroller, that's the word. And so I don't think it'll be an issue. Can you... Why are you not effing off? Everyone else effed off like 10 minutes ago compared to this. You can walk away now. I mean, I have enough mana to heal. That's not really an issue. It's just... Why are you still here? You're supposed to leave so I can go back and grab the thing before everyone respawns instead of being a jerk and chasing me to the ends of the earth. I think it might be his spell casting. I think whenever he casts a spell, he releashes himself. I don't know how that works exactly. But yeah, look at him. He's still here, and he's gonna chase me into the bear. Oh my gosh, you are freaking insufferable, you a-hole. Okay, now we're right next to freaking Deathclaw. Who the heck is Deathclaw? Is that... Wait, is that... Hi. This place just hates me. That guy just did not want to go away. I really think it was his, It was a spell. It just kept releashing him for some reason. See, the bear effed off in like 0.2 seconds. He was gone. He was just like, thing tomorrow. Now I'm bored now. But this one Murloc is just like, get back here, Shocker. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. It's like, bro, I don't need this. I need to get into the camp, which hopefully they haven't respawned. It doesn't look like they have. Oh, but of course you're just guarding the guy now. He's just like, why guard the quest objective when you can just guard the quest giver? You see, once again, Mr. Gnome Man, this is why usually quest givers are in town, so mobs can't just freaking camp out right in front of your door and make it impossible to turn in quests. You know, most quest givers understand this. Evidently you do not. You can wand. Oh, I see you have healing as well. But 2 can play in that game. Of course, you do more damage than I do, on average, because my wand is outdated. So yeah, effectively your healing is far greater than mine, just compared to the damage of your opponent. Oh, now you're out of mana. Oh, sucks to be you. Alright. Strangle kill. Okay. Well, we're just gonna, oh gosh, we should probably wait until our mana comes back, because this guy is gonna also chase us to the ends of the earth. We could... How good is our smite right now? Not that good. That is bad. We'll be stealthy. We'll hide behind the head. They'll never see us. Get closer. They'll never see us.
Alrighty
I
then.
do need assistance. Okay, now do you have another quest? Is that... Yes, evidently you do. Why didn't you just give me that other quest at the same time? Who the heck? Okay. At least you're one of the ones that'll F off quickly. But apparently that guy wants us to get some idols or something. I don't know. We'll see. Man, if only I could go back and get training. But they just keep giving me more quests around here. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to do this without aggroing these. Alright. Now we leave. Wow. That is like the worst RNG. And of course, he's going to just releash himself forever. So we're going to just walk in this direction. Luckily, this way seems to have a lot more distance that we can cover, rather than going into the wall that other direction like we did last time. Because, yeah, this guy's he's just gonna keep doing that for all eternity. That's just kind of what he does. Can I at least get this copper, please? Good sir, good sir, can I get this copper? By any chance? Can I get this copper? I want this copper. Leave my kayak alone. I want copper. Can this tree stop you? No, evidently you can see through walls. Okay. Well, he's out of mana now. Are you going to F off at this juncture? I didn't heal. How about now? You gonna unleash now? Thank you. Oh my gosh, those things are annoying. Yeah, and I think that proves my theory of they releash themselves constantly by just spamming the Wrath spell. Maybe if I had some sort of a silence, maybe that would work. Like if I get him with a 5-second silence or something, then I can run far enough away that he'll remember, oh yeah, I'm not supposed to chase you forever. Okay, now what was this quest for? Murloc knives and Murloc idols. Okay, it's just to kill Murlocs. I mean, I need to go get training, but I guess we can. Yeah, I think it's just not going to be efficient to actually kill things out here right now. It's possible, but we need higher level spells to actually get through to these enemies. Okay, he just keeps healing from 1 health. He's like always 1 hit away, and then he heals. It's annoying. But we're gonna get out of here. Apparently this goes to Ammon Vale, because I never said it anywhere. Would it be more efficient just to walk? It might be more efficient just to walk, because I can walk down to Bloodwatch and then fly to the Exodar, and that will also be a time where I can complete the fly to Exodar, yeah, this quest, which is pretty nice. Then we can go get training. I don't know where the priest trainer is in the Exodar, but I'll figure it out, I guess. And then we need to stop by the auction house to use our inordinate wealth, because what the heck do you mean I have 1.7 gold at level 14? Like, I'm apparently the richest level 14 character to ever exist. I don't know how that works, but alright. And then we'll have to come back and kill Zevrax afterwards. And it seems like both Zevrax and Deathclaw are approximately similar difficulties. So I should be able to beat them both with some better spells, hopefully. But we'll see. And a better wand. We can turn in the sample quest, which, I don't know, does that give us anything? Not really. Money and XP. But yes, we'll be fine, probably. Hopefully, we'll play it by ear. We might have to go dip into the Night Elf area, because I think that's the next closest area. Because, yeah, I wanted to be... What the heck is this? I think this is what happens after you turn in, like, the last quest. But we're not there yet. We just need to turn in a sample. Okay, thank you. And now we have a couple quests here. Oh. Okay, yeah, we have a good amount of quests here. Why were these not available before? Did these only become available after turning in that quest? Why would that be?
Is a blessing.
Because these are all like lower level quests. I have no idea. Maybe they were always there and I'm just blind. Even though I was specifically talking to that guy earlier. Oh wait, Flight Master. I think that's you. Yeah. Lando. Good old Lando. Like an actual pet? It is. It's a very small pet.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Exodar. First time using a flight path on the server. Because we've just been here the whole time, really. Alright, then we'll go into probably Darkness, maybe? Well, we got the Spirit Tap. Darkness would be nice, but... maybe Shadow Focus would be better. Because first of all, we're fighting enemies that are higher level than us, so that hit chance would be quite integral to our existence. Was that the Hippogriff, or is there a dragon? I think it was just the Hippogriff. They make weird noises. Anyway, Yeah, and then reducing the mana cost of the spells would also be very important for us, because in that prolonged fight earlier, we ran out of mana. So that would be helpful. And we can eventually get Mind Flay, which I think is good, probably. But let's see what we get at the trainer. Because we are 4 levels outdated on our spells. What's this? Donation of wool? No, thank you. I don't have enough wool for that. Although, I have some wool. You know, it'll probably be very easy in the long term to get lots of reputation. Because with Dungeon Finder as a thing, you could just spam dungeons. Like, it would be rather easy. And if the damage, you know, queues are taking too long, I could always just switch over back to healing. Because, as I think I was trying to say earlier in the stream, I usually do healing as a priest. The reason why I didn't this time is partially because I've never done Shadow. And additionally, because I kind of figure that everything's just going to be too easy. You know? Like, the reason why I like being healer in Classic is because it is like, all the dungeons are a challenge, and so you're kind of helping out and playing an integral part of an actually, like, difficult game mode, and that's fun. But at the same time, if you're in this expansion and dungeons are just easy peasy and you just kind of absolutely steamroll through them, then it's like, well,
here are reasonable.
what exactly would then be the point of being a healer if everything just is easy?
Remain vigilant.
Because then I would pretty much just be sitting there watching the tank obliterate entire groups of enemies while barely taking a scratch, and then I'd maybe put a heal over time on him and then go back to napping, you know? Like, it wouldn't be all that entertaining at all. So what am I doing with the not armor, weapons? I'm here for wand. Buy money. Fire wand, worse than lesser magic wand. Why is that going for so much? I have a blazing wand, just barely better. So yeah, greater magic wand is what we want, methinks. Let's keep scrolling down. That's too high level, and it's worse. And we can't, oh no, the thing is up here for some reason. Okay. Sky color is too high level and too expensive. So yeah. So greater magic wand is the best we're going to be getting for now. And the best option here would be I mean, yeah, I guess I'm going to go with you.
Seek the path of the light.
Okay, thank you, bye. Relatively cheap for, you know, how big of a DPS upgrade that's going to be on our non-spellcasting effectiveness. Alright. Wand acquired. Now you, where is the priest trainer in this confusing capital city?
Do not lose faith.
Over there. Okay. It's a very nice looking city, as you can tell, but also very hard to navigate. Oh yeah, and then there's the projection room. Kind of interesting. Priest trainers. You're the one that looks fancy, so I'm gonna get training from you. Oh yeah, inner fire. That would help. Better fortitude. That would help. Better shield. Yes. Better renew. And psychic scream.
Remember the lesson.
All of which would help significantly. So let's see. We got this. That's already been there, put there. Okay, you've already been upgraded. Inner fire is right here. Probably put that on shift tab. Put you on shift E. No, we don't have a shift A. That's sad. Yeah, shift E will have to work for now. And then Shadowward Pain. That I don't even think we got that this time. No. But Renew is already up at 2. Smite, we don't have Smite on the bar. Psychic Scream, probably useful at some juncture. Unless they're, you know, immune to... Oh yeah, I was going to check
The Naru have not
when we
forgotten
get
us.
more shadow fun stuff. Because as of right now, our shadow stuff... Okay, we get Mind Blast at 16. Shadowward Pain at 3rd level at 18. And Devouring Plague at 20. Devouring Plague, I believe, is one of our main debuffs. So that is good. But that's at level 20. So we're not really going to have any good DPS options until then. Mind Blast and then maybe Smite. Yeah, because now Smite is a lot more mana efficient. On this level, it's just kind of a 1-to-1, but here it's much better. That's not 2-to-1, but, you know, close-ish. You're still 1-to-1. So let's put Smite back on the bar for a bit, because that is currently going to be our best thing. And then in 2 levels, we're going to attempt dungeoning, which should be fun. We just got to finish up these quests and then figure out where we're going from there. Bank. I'll stop by the bank. Oh yeah, there's guild banks now.
Kronakai Christor.
Put all of our miscellaneous garbo in here. We can sell that. Keep all these because they're like useful and quest items and such. Okay. Lots of inventory space saved up. So we will need to start on our jewel crafting at some point. Maybe I should do that. I don't have any jewels now that I think about it. Same peacekeeper that I was bothering earlier. Where can I get jewel crafting?
Favor the road traveled by few.
Near here. That's like half the city away. I don't know what you mean. But alright, we'll head over this way. Actually, I don't think that was the same one. I think I was bothering that one over there earlier. Is that a dungeon entrance? Or is that just... I think that's just a random... I don't think there's actually a dungeon in the Exodar. But that would be cool. I could totally imagine a dungeon in the Exodar that's kind of like Stockades. Where it's like... You know, they had maybe a prison on the Exodar, and when it crashed, the prison got destabilized.
Legion's end draws near. Remember the
Okay.
lessons of the past.
What do we need for this? How does this work? I haven't done jewel crafting in a very, 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 very long time. Does it come with anything else? I don't think so. Okay. Rough stone statue. Heal us. 8 stone. Jeez. Okay. We can make wire. For rings. 2 stamina. 1 intellect. 1 spirit. We like spirit. We do really, really like spirit. I should have... Is there a forge here? Why is there not a forge here? Do you need a forge to cook stuff still? I would assume so. So why did that... Or is that a forge? That might be a forge. I don't know. We're going to go grab our copper and come back. Because I wasn't expecting to be doing professions, but then... You know, it just kind of ended up seeming like a good idea. So if we can make all of our copper into wire, then maybe we can do some of that. And we have a lot of stone. A link to your profession. Oh. I don't know what that's useful for, but thank you, I guess. Yeah, we're gonna pick up just everything again. We don't know when we're gonna need cloth or gems, but we'll come back to the bank and put the stuff away again when we are done crafting. So let's see, smelting. Does it say it requires? Yeah, it requires forge. Are you a forge? Nope. That's enchanting. That wouldn't have a forge. How about you? Are you a forge? I know things like, isn't it a dwarven brazier counts as a forge, I think? I don't remember. Counted for something. We're gonna test if this thing in the back here, the thing that's like smoking, is some sort of mini forge. Because you would think... Nope. I mean, you would think the jewel crafting area would have some way to actually smelt your materials. Apparently not. What the heck is in here? Ah. It is an area that is all busted up. Where would a forge be? Are there any guards around? I don't think there are any guards around. Glyph of cleaving. Oh, that's powerful. You can get glyphs at level 20? It's kind of solid. Ooh, I should look at the auction house. If those glyphs are givable, I should look on the auction house to see what my glyphs can do. Also, I need a guard. Guards. Police. I needed the directions. That's definitely what you should be yelling police for, is that you need just directions to some place. Where am I going? A forge, I guess. Mining trainer? Blacksmithing trainer. Because the mining trainer might be the same way, where they're just like, what, you actually wanted to be able to smelt at the mining place? No, you have to go to the blacksmithing place to smelt. Even though smelting is an integral part of mining and jewel crafting, you'd think there'd be a forge there. But first I'm gonna look at some glyphs, because I want to see what there is for us.
Arcanon Poros.
Arcanon Poros. To you two. Let's see. Glyphs. Priest. What do those do? Psychic Scream. Duration. Psychic Scream by 2 seconds and increases its cooldown by 8 seconds. Ah, so it's more powerful, but a bit more, you know, longer cooldown. Powered Shield also heals the target for 20% of the absorption amount. Oh, that's pretty solid. And these are only level 15 that they take. That is good. A Glyph of Renew, also level 15. Reduces the duration of Renew by 3 seconds, but increases the amount healed each tick by 25%. I don't know if that pans out. Maybe. Probably it does. How many glyphs can you have, by the way? I don't know. Where do you put those in?
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Glyphs. Are there some glyphs around here? Unless you can just have all of them. Maybe just one at a time? Or maybe it's a different screen? I don't know. Because glyphs obviously exist. They are implemented in the achievements tab for some reason. No, does not seem like it. Yeah, I don't know where those would be. But we're gonna keep looking through them. So renew, fading, probably fade. Reduce the mana cost of fade. Yeah, I would assume that. Inner fire increases the armor from inner fire by 50%. That's pretty solid. Flash heal reduces the mana cost of flash heal. Pretty nice. Mind Flay. See, this is where we are wanting to be. Increases the damage done by Mind Flay spell by 10% when afflicted with Shadow Word Pain. All right. So Mind Flay isn't this. That's Mind Blast. Mind Flay is the channeled one, right? I think so. Shadow Protection and Prayer of Shadow Protection. Alright, but they do get pretty expensive up here. And this seems to be all the glyphs that we can possibly get. So, yeah. We'll figure that out when we're level 20, but I have no idea what any of that does for us. What's quest mean? Oh, okra. Better things. 2 of rogues. They have low-level card sets in this? I thought those were like things that drop in Dire Maul, you know? Oh, people are doing Nomer. I see.
Do not lose faith.
Okay. Well, we need to go to the blacksmith and see if we can't make some of our own stuff. And then eventually, you know, I mean, we're going to be 15 soon-ish, maybe. Alright, big zappy conduit. And then we'll be able to figure out what glyphs we want. They all seem to be holy spec, or holy or discipline. And not much to do with shadow, aside from mind flay, which we won't even get until level 21 or so. So that doesn't really help anyone. Is this your forge? Okay, this is the part I was gonna say. Where the heck is the forge? How can you not have a forge in a blacksmith shop? It's just a weird looking forge is what the issue was. Okay, we can still get mining points from smelting, which is a plus. And smelting goes a heck of a lot faster. I don't know how I'm melting metal so fast, but, you know, we're just not going to question it. And then we're going to go make us some jewelry, which will be great. This is going to take a minute. So yeah, we will have some good healing later, because we'll have Vampiric Embrace. So let's see. Here's Shadow Energy, causing you to be healed for 15%, and other party members to be healed for 3% of any single target shadow spell damage you deal for 30 minutes. Yeah, so that gives us some leech, and this increases that. And then we're going to have Vampiric Touch, which causes up to 10 party or raid members to gain 1% of their maximum mana for 5 seconds when you deal damage from Mind Blast. In addition, if the Vampiric Touch is dispelled, it will cause 720 damage to the afflicted target. Huh. I kind of thought Vampiric Touch actually did a lot more healing, but I guess what I was thinking of was Vampiric Embrace. That's interesting. And then you got Dispersion, but all that's like way later. But yeah, once we have this, that will be good for us. But I think we can only get that at like level 30 something. So we won't have that until the next level set comes in. Okay, our copper is done. Do we need any other supplies for anything? I don't think so. Yeah, I think we're good. So now we need to go all the way back over to here to do jewel crafting. It's quite the run. Oh, but we're actually only like 6 levels away from a mount, so that's interesting. Oh, and since we're here, let's actually look at tabards. I don't know. Is this only guild tabards?
Hope you find something useful.
Oh, honor points exist. Interesting. Yeah, and so you still need to be exalted for a lot of tabards. So I think this is before the thing where tabards, you know, give you reputation. Maybe? I don't know. We'll need to check around a bit more. Because all of those were for more obscure reputations, I think. I don't think any of them were just like Stormwind Tabard. So maybe I'll check if the Stormwind Tabard can just be bought and give me Stormwind rep. Because, I don't know, maybe it would be nice to be able to get a lot of rep XP and then be able to get maybe like a horse instead of a giant elephant. No offense to the giant elephants, but wait, and so jewel crafting trainer, does that mean that you teach all of it? That's overpowered. Also, there's a neck thing already right there. Prospecting 5 ore. Wow. Surprisingly, a lot of melee stats. I kind of thought this would be a lot more casting stats. Like that. But most of what we're getting is all melee.
The road traveled by few.
But that's fine. We're making... I think I'll make the statues first. Because we have a lot of stone. Oh, and they give 2 each. Wow. Does everything give 2 each? Oh, is that... It must be because the server has, like, increased skill ups. That's why it's been doing that the whole time. I was under the impression that that was just normal for this era of server. But that does make crafting a lot easier. Because then skilling up isn't as iffy. We'll just keep making these until they're green, probably. There we go. They're green. Thank you.
Long life.
So, that's strength, agility. I mean, this is our only necklace that we can make right now. I mean, does agility do anything for me? Increases crit chance, but not spell crit. That's intellect. It increases armor by a tiny amount. So yeah, this would do pretty much nothing for me. This will do something for me, but I can't equip it yet. So that, I mean, that's fine. Need a jeweler's kit. How do I get a jeweler's kit? Do I just buy that from you?
All prices here
Oh.
are reasonable.
Those... That is a lot of money. Okay, jeweler's kit. Thank you. Opal necklace of impact. Weapon damage. That's nice. Defense rating. That's pretty nice. Is that like defense skill? What is defense rating? Is I reading that right? Yeah, defense rating. Huh. Do we even have defense skill? We do, right? Yeah. Must be that. Maybe? Who's to say? Anyway, we got what we needed. So now we make one of you. Very quick-like, apparently. And then we can make whatever would be best here. I mean, 2 stamina is nice. Lots of health. But health doesn't help us in many ways, you know? While soloing it would, but in a group it doesn't. Whereas either intellect or spirit. Spirit increases our regen for now. Intellect will increase our spell crit and mana. Whereas also spirit way later on. Let's see, where is it? Yeah, increases your spell power by 4% of your total spirit, and your damage done by Mind Flay and Mind Blast is increased by 2% if the target is afflicted with Shadow Word Pain. So, that is useful. And that would be useful to have lots of spirit for that spell power boost. But as of now, I think maybe intellect might be best, because that will give us more mana and then we can last longer in fights. Oh wait, but right now the thing that we have is spirit tap. 100% bonus to your spirit, so yeah, it'll double all spirit we have, meaning the more spirit we have, the more bonus it gives. And it allows our regeneration to continue while casting, which will also scale off of our spirit. But this also scales off of crits, because the Mind Blast crits affect it. Increase your total spirit by 10%. I don't know. I think spirit is kind of our main stat still, though. Are these unique? Oh, they are unique. Oh, we can make one of each then. I didn't even look at that. There we go. All right. These are just 2 agility. Agility.
Good fortune.
Good fortune.
Okay, we can't get anything else until we're up at bronze, apparently.
Vigilant.
Wailing Caverns, rip. So let's see. Yes. And yes.
I can't use
And I
that
can't
yet.
use that yet. Okay. That's fine. In one level, we will have a necklace. And then we'll have... We get many stats from this. Which makes me happy. I don't know. Should we get a glyph? How do we get glyphs? How do we use glyphs? What are glyphs? I don't know. Maybe we'll get like a little glyph add-on at the side of our talents thing here
Open your heart to the
once we're
light.
high enough level to use them. Oh yeah, we have this. So these might help somewhat. I don't know how much they heal. It doesn't say, it just says, I will heal you. It's like, okay, thanks for the specifics. But alright.
Over the road, travel confused.
And we'll just get out of here. Should we get a glyph? We might level while we're out. But I don't know if I apply glyphs out there. Or if I apply them here. I might as well grab one. We're gonna need one anyway. So might as well. There's no reason not to. And I think the level 15 ones were pretty dang cheap anyway. Yeah, and we still have plenty of money. We're rich. Hello.
Each day is
Okay.
a blessing.
Glyphs. Priest. Go. Alright, so we don't want the Psychic Scream one because I don't care about Psychic Scream that much. Powered Shield, it being also a heal, would not help at all in dungeons, but it would help a lot in soloing because then I could, anytime I bubble myself, which is pretty often, it will heal for a good amount as well. Because 1/5 of this would be, what is it? Well, 1/5 of 100 would be 20, so just under 20 health, which is a significant improvement. But Glyph of Renew would make it faster and more potent. You know, you probably get overall less out of it, maybe? Or maybe you get about the same amount, it's just faster. Do we get any shadow things? Oh yeah, Inner Fire is probably pretty good too. But yeah, we get nothing shadow related until Glyph of Mind Flay at level 20, which is a major glyph. I don't know how many major glyphs and how many minor glyphs I can have at once. That is a problem. Oh, and these are level 15 as well. These are the mana cost. Powered Fortitude and Prayer Fortitude. I mean, that's good, I guess. Mind Play, Shadow Protect. Yeah, we just looked through all this, and that's all there is.
Long
You know what? I need to see what the setup is for it on the wherever it pops up. That says, hey, you can put glyphs in here. Ooh, Swords deck. What does that do? Nothing. It begins a quest. I was wanting to see the stats, but that's fine. But yes, so oh, I don't need this wire. Or really this jeweler's kit, but I could save inventory space by putting it away when we're not out and like trying to actually do professions. So yeah, let's just put those away.
kind to those less fortunate.
Okay, for realsies this time, we are leaving the Exodar. I just kind of keep finding more things to do, but I feel confident-ish. Because we got better, we got a level, and then we got jewelry, and then we got spellery, which will be good. Because yeah, smite spamming will probably be helpful. And we got Psychic Scream if things go bad, which they probably will. We got better Fortitude, so we'll have more health. And we got Inner Fire, which is just overpowered while it lasts, because it doesn't have many charges, but yeah, I think we are in a decent position, and we got little buddies to heal us, so I think we're ready to face that satyr guy again. And those murlocs. Maybe the murlocs first. I don't know. Because maybe if I fight enough murlocs, I'll level again, and then the satyr guy will be, like, slightly less orange. Because I think he'll still be orange.
Warm wishes to you. Dionys Aka.
Dionys Aka. Alright, we've spent all our talent points. Next talent point is probably going into Shadow Focus for more mana efficiency. And then we need Mind Flay eventually. Seriously, this Hippogriff needs to stop making such scary noises. But yeah, probably 3 into Shadow Focus, and then maybe 2 into Shadow Affinity, if we get that far. Maybe we should start with Shadow Affinity. Because reducing threat is probably important for dungeons, and if I was wanting to jump into dungeons at 16, it might be important. Because I don't want to be pulling stuff off the tank left, right, and center from the get-go. And Mind Blast tends to do that. It tends to pull lots of aggro, because it just... At least in Classic it did. Here it just says it blasts them for shadow damage. In Classic it said, like, blasts them for shadow damage and causes a crap ton of threat. So they might have changed that. Maybe Shadow Priest doesn't have that deficiency anymore. Tin. I think we can get tin now. I don't think I learned to smelt tin, because I never talked to the mining trainer, but I know how to mine it. I have enough skill, which I guess is a plus. Oh yeah, and then there were a bunch of other quests around here. You're not the person I'm looking for. It's in here.
I hope you find something useful.
Okay. Perfect. Now, yeah, we need to get a missive from these guys, which apparently 2% over here. That's great. We need to kill the bears. We need to kill the plant peoples. We need to come down here and kill these satyrs. Let's do that first, because that's the lowest level objective we have. Might as well start with the easy stuff. Oh yeah, and we have the better wand. I forgot to list that among our benefits from the town visit. That might be our biggest DPS increase, actually. So yeah, we'll go do this, then we'll head back up here, kill these guys until we get the missive, then head up here. Kill a bunch of bears and plants until, you know, until we're up at the Murloc area. Then we're gonna kill a bunch of Murlocs and turn that in. Then maybe more bears and plants, and then we'll maybe go kill the guy. After we've done literally everything else under the sun. Because honestly, that guy did not look fun, and he had a lot of spells that hurt a lot, and I didn't like it. So when I fight him again, I want to be more than ready for his shenanigans. But we can put on our boofs. There we are. You know, it's gonna be kind of weird. You don't see Shadow Priests. I heard that. You don't see Shadow Priests all that often, honestly. So, at least not in Classic. So it will be kind of weird to be a second priest in a dungeon. Like, if the healer is a priest, and then I'm a priest, that's gonna be a little odd. Okay, who am I trying to kill here? Satyrs and Fellsworn. Well, none of the guys that I've looked at are that. Okay, there you are. We just need to weave around all of the incorrect enemies, I guess.
I'm out of range.
And I think for right now, Smite is better. Oh, but Mind Blast is cast quicker. Oh, and that wand hits like a truck. Honestly, I don't even think we need to hit him with any spells, because this thing does as much damage as a Mind Blast for free every throw. Yeah, we're back to just wanding, because wands are OP when you first get them. And we did get a better renew, which is very nice. Ooh, blue leather bag, 8 slaughter. That's better than like everything else we have. There we go. All right, rouge. We don't need the rouge. Summoner, rouge. Satyr over there. We already have some of them. Rouges. Where's all the, you know, enemies I'm supposed to be killing? Satyr, there you are.
I need to get closer.
Get back here. You can't hide from the law. Ghostlands, huh? You know, I am still wondering how people on hardcore on here die. Because, like, I have only died once. And that was when I was trying to fight a boss enemy that was literally orange to me. Like, and just barely orange. He was 1 level from red. Because I had just leveled up and I hadn't trained or updated my equipment in multiple levels. Like, if you were being hardcore and being cautious like you should be as a hardcore player, at what point would you actually die? Like, ever? I mean, it might just be that the early game is wimpy baby mode. Maybe it gets harder as we go along. Okay, I think this is the only guy we got, somehow, surprisingly. I could have sworn that would have pulled more, but we're not gonna question it. We're gonna take the blessings as they come. Thank you. Now for you, can I out of range? Okay, but I can just fire right under the tent there.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, we need more fell sworns for sure. Okay. But that fell sworn is through a bunch of these summoners, so. Guess we gotta fight our way in. Which is unfortunate. I don't know why they do that little stutter step forward halfway through the fight, like every time. But, you know, whatever floats their boat, I guess. Oh, yeah, we got a rouge. Alright, we'll just heal up for the next phase of the fight. And get back to wanding. Is this even worth it? I don't know. It might be worth it just to wand more. Okay. Well, we got the guy we needed for that. But yeah, it is weird that the enemies you actually need seem to be the minority. Elsewhere. You don't see anything. No, I told you didn't see anything. How dare you? Alright. Bubble. Put renew on ourselves. Hit you with one of those. And... oh, yeah. Renew does 20 a tick now. That's significant. Okay. Bellshorn is in the tent. And he saw something as well, as always. Oh, hello. Felicitations, Malfactor. Why are you here? And back to wandering. More summoners and rogues. Yeah. It seems like the enemies they want us to kill are mostly just in the camps. And all the enemies that are surrounding the camps are kinda mostly just fodder units that they put in our way to annoy us. Or we should be able to kill this guy pretty easily. And then we just heal up. And then probably Booble. Apparently it is hilarious that this guy has Deathclaw's paw. Isn't that what you need for this? Yeah, that's I mean, who knows? It seems to be very funny to them to have completed a quest. I'm not gonna question it. Did we miss something earlier in chat? No, we did not. At least not for the last while. And we still got the rogue. Okay. I was hoping by not shooting him again, we might be able to avoid that fate. But it was not meant to be. Alright, we just need to hold out till we kill that guy, then we can heal.
I can't cast that yet.
Yeah, I definitely think we can kill the other demon boss dude that we were trying to beat. Are you a satyr? You are. Okay. Felsworn? Yes. Let's heal.
It's too far away.
It's not too far away. He's right there. Okay. Let's pull him away from the camp a bit so we can fight him in peace. Because they keep trying to, you know, team up on us, and I don't appreciate it. Okay, now we just need satyrs. We need satires.
I need to get closer.
Oh, the crit smite. Only does about 2 wand blasts worth of damage, but, you know, is what it is. Okay, more satyrs. Where can we find more of them? Place is a little wiped out. Felsworn, we don't need your kind anymore. You doing good, my guy? You don't seem to be doing good. Oh, rogue. I was distracted. Fine, you win this time, rogue. I won't kill the satyr. He'll probably go grab it because, you know, that is what we have learned. Oh, Shadow Wand. Is that better? Probably not. No, not by a long shot. But it does shadow damage. So I guess that's nice for us. Keep that. Alright, we just need one more satire. And then we'll be good.
I'm out of range.
You're not out of range, you just don't believe in yourself. Alright, how many we got coming? Just you? Lucky day! And then we can get the heck out of here. And go back to base, and then go hunting for that missive. Yeah, we're almost halfway to leveling just from killing those guys. We haven't even turned it in yet. We did have some rested XP, so that probably helped a little. No, we're not going over there, because that's where all the high level blood elves are. Although 20%. They're only 10%. But they're higher level, and that's gonna make it harder to kill them. Plus less XP. I mean, if I have to farm more of the level 13 to 14s, then I'm gonna get more XP out of it than if I farmed fewer of slightly higher level enemies, because usually that's how it works XP wise, especially when things are orange. I don't think you actually get proportionally more XP to how like difficult they were. Oh, and my minerals finder didn't run out when we died. I just realized that. That is surprising. I'm very much used to having to reapply mineral find every single time you die. But alright, back to town. We have more of these crystals. I don't think I'm ever really going to use them. I still haven't used this. I put that on my bar so I actually remember when we get to the boss man. But yeah, not really something I'm paying too much attention to right now. Is that you? It is supposed to be you, but of course you're just in the middle of having a mental breakdown, so you can't really talk about things. Okay. Oh, we can actually talk to the agent here. Does that do anything for us? Nope. We can't even understand your language. Alright. Which is kind of odd because, I mean, we have... I guess they were probably speaking Blood Elf. Whatever that language is called. But at the same time, you would think they would know Common. And if they were trying to actually talk to us to any degree, they would just use Common. Because on this server, Horde and Alliance can talk to each other. So Common is the same Common as you would expect it to be everywhere. But, you know, it isn't for some reason. That's why they call it common, you know, is because it's common amongst people. Did we upgrade our shield? I think we did. Yeah, because it lasts a few more hits than it used to. And they last a few less hits than they used to.
It's too far away.
Alright, so we got you. Just don't want to be near that tree in case he patrols onto me. Then I have to kill him, and then it's annoying because it'll probably take a while. So these guys give approximately 1/10 the XP of a quest. So 10 enemies could equate pretty readily to 1 quest's worth of XP, which is kind of impressive. Kind of goes to show that the quests are not the only... Hey, there's the missive anyway. Okay. So now we're going up here toward the Murlocs, and we're going to kill bears. And plants, wherever they may be. Their fire's doing stuff. Not for long. It never lasts very long. How does a bear not drop a flank? Riddle me that, Batman. Like, how can a bear, an entire bear that I just killed by smacking it in the face, how did I eradicate its entire butt? Like, it doesn't make much sense. Now, when they label things as like pristine flank or something, then it's like, okay, you're only picking up the very best of the materials, and sometimes certain creatures are not exactly in prime, you know, harvesting state. But at the same time, it's like you would think that you'd be able to just gather the flanks if they don't say that they're like pristine or really good or something. Alright, got a tiger's eye. It's always good for jewel crafting. Yeah, then we need to go kill the Deathclaw as well. Level 17, but that shouldn't be an issue. How much XP we get from just one enemy? Pretty significant margin. There's the flank. Oh, and does this do more healing now? No, it did. Well, it would if I had leveled up since last time I looked at the tooltip, I think. Because I think the scales would level. Hey, look, copper. For once, I was kind of hoping to find the tin that was so plentiful around here. Yeah, I'll take the copper if someone doesn't yoink it first. There's silver, which we still can't get. What about up there? Yeah, there's tin up there. That's a lot of copper. Hello, don't mind me. I'm just taking some tin. See there? He's definitely there. We could try it. And we almost had him last time. And we were much weaker then. How close do I have to be? Our spells have very low range. Okay. Well, I think we're pretty much ready to go. Let's use this. One of these. Why not? When are we gonna? We're saving them. We're not supposed to be saving them for World of Warcraft 2. You know. All right. Start out with a smite. And I'll bubble, and then we'll wand him. If only I had an interrupt. I guess I could fear him. That's not exactly an interrupt, right? Yeah, he's not missing. That's very rude. Alright, we'll just heal to be safe. I don't think we need to, per se. Just go through our whole thing here and then get back to smacking them. Man, you are bad at hitting things. Ah, moss agate. Pretty nice reward for that whole debacle. Alright, well, we killed him. I've learned a new ability, Toughness, rank 1. How? Oh, increase your stamina by 3. Oh, because we're good at mining. Do I need better mining skill? I think so. Well, I can grab this now. That's good. Silver and tin over here. We're gonna go for that. And we still need you guys. Yeah, so I don't know how good we'll be at dungeoning at all, because we're not very, you know, high damage right now. All of our high damage abilities are still later. You know, we don't even have Mind Flay yet. And it's kind of a main ability that you are supposed to be using. Alright, silver is probably going to be big useful for our jewel crafting. I mean, how can you craft jewels if you don't have silver? And that doesn't want to tell me what it is, so we're just going to assume it's nothing. Alright, now we need to kill a bunch of these murlocs. We need to kill the plants still. Because I haven't finished that. We need to kill the quest claw guy. Who shouldn't be all that hard, given that we just killed his very similar boss cousin up there. Okay, plants are done. That is a plus. What is this? Tin? I'll take tin. Seers, we need seers. Seers are also the ones that never de-aggro, but that won't matter because he's going to die. Yeah, that healing really pushes back my damage a lot. And we're missing 3 times in a row. Ain't that delightful? Hey, but we got an idol. That's exactly what we needed. Oh, and that's dead. Was that you? You've just been going around stealing all our stuff. I've seen you around a lot. You just keep stealing our kills. Which is very rude. Because I need those. You can't hide behind that turtle. He's almost dead. Don't heal. There we go. What, another idol? Hot dog. There, you're all alone. Get over here.
Not ready
Good.
yet.
And these guys aren't the ones that chase us to the ends of the earth, so that is a bonus for me. But they still don't have... Oh, they actually have really good drop rates. It's just the idols that don't have great drop rates. So that's a plus. But yeah, I don't know why the level for stuff in this area seem to jump up by like 2 levels instantly halfway through the zone. I don't know what they assumed that I would be doing in those 2 levels and between all the other quests that they put in, but for some reason they just put a big gap in there. And I have no idea why. Miss. Yeah, see, he's just a phantom haunting our questing. Constantly killing all the enemies we need to kill. It's a bit rude, isn't it? I'm guessing what they're trying to do is they're probably trying to get Exodar rep. Because they're at the current max level. So it's probably just... they don't know what else to do. Ebos, hello. It has been some time. How goes things? Okay, we need more of the orange flavored murlocs. Get out of the water.
I'm out of range.
That was a bit weird. You just, when you got semi-close to the shore, you just fell from swimming. And like fell a couple meters down to the bottom and then walked the rest of the way. But you know, they're murlocs. They're supposed to be kind of weird, I guess. Alright, 2 of the knives. We have to keep going for the water-based ones, because that over-leveled mage just cleared out the whole beach. Yeah, we have infinite breath, pretty much, so we can just stay down here and, you know, shoot from here. That's 3. How am I doing? It is complicated, but I'm alive, as is evident. So that is a good start, right? I've been playing some WoW, as you can see. That is what we are playing today, right now, currently. It's been a good time. Don't attack me, plant. I have no business with you. I simply want the silver. Oh, we never actually needed to use our statue on the other boss guy we fought. That's pretty nice. Taking a long time to kill. Me no likey. But you see, this is where being on my own server. Does Noah like the back of my hand? I do. I very much do. Are you trying to take my silver? Okay. I don't need silver as much as I need the tin, so we're just gonna walk up to the bear. They're probably gonna try to steal this. And probably succeed because they have a mount and I don't, so that makes them inherently better on every virtue, right? At least that's how WoW players treat it. Okay. We need to kill the bear. But yeah, actually, the reason why I've been playing on this server specifically is because this is a version of WoW that I don't know like the back of my hand. Because I always play classic WoW, and this server is, it's technically Wrath of the Lich King WoW, but this zone is from Burning Crusade, so basically there's 2 expansions worth of content that I usually don't engage with, and thus am not as familiar with, and thus it's more fun to be able to re-explore it, because I haven't played these quests in, like, over a decade. Hopefully he doesn't get the seer. Okay, we're fine. something new or something old, you know? Something so old that it becomes new again. Like waiting a few years to play your favorite game so that it kind of feels like you don't remember everything about it. Because, yeah, I did start out playing Burning Crusade and Wrath, but it's just been, as I said, like a decade since then. Because, yeah, I don't think the server has really any strictly new content, per se. But it is pretty nice. Pretty soon we're going to be getting into dungeon content, hopefully. And that'll be good. Because dungeons are always my favorite. Man, where are all the orange flavored... There you are. Orange flavored Murloc. Just way out in the middle of the ocean. Please don't pull anyone else with you. Okay. When you got back to GTA Online? Yeah. But yeah, it's a very different experience playing on this expansion, because you know, it's always surprising to me just how much the game changed from classic to TBC, because you would think like a 20-something-year-old game would have only changed a tiny bit between the first expansion and the second expansion, you know? But that is evidently quite wrong, because it changed significantly overnight, just from the first to the second. Thanks for tanking that seer off of me. I appreciate it. It was very fortunate timing for us. Oh, he healed this guy. That's a jerk move by the NPCs. Yeah, in WoW, the player community is pretty much always pretty stagnant. I would say that most of them are jerks, you know? And most of them you randomly meet in the world. Not most, like, by population. You just happen to have bad luck to run into all the jerks for some reason. Because, yeah, or even earlier this stream, I was fighting, kind of like this guy, I was fighting an orange level mob, which are difficult, because orange means they're at least 3 or more levels higher than you. I think. Maybe it might be 2 or 3 levels higher. And so I was fighting that orange level mob to try to get to a chest. And the chest has loot in it. And so while I was fighting that enemy trying to get to the loot, some other random dude just walked up and was just like, "Ooh, a chest!" and just grabbed the chest right in front of me as I was trying to fight my way to it. Because you can't open chests in combat, so I was just helpless to stop them from doing that. And that's just kind of the WoW community in a nutshell. That's all the people you meet in-game, is just jerks that want to steal your loot, ones that want to run ahead of you and tag mobs before you can get there, ones that go around doing quests that are much lower level than them, and not only doing the quest, but also, like, wiping out the entire enemy population so no one else can do the quest, you know? It's a whole to-do. Alright, we need to kill this guy. Luckily, we've leveled up significantly. Where are we gonna go with Shadow? I think we're gonna go Shadow Affinity so we can have less threat for dungeons later. So Deathclaw, what do you got? Are you tough? I can't tell you. I mean, he's dying, and our bubble just broke. Okay, yeah, he doesn't do a whole lot yet. Youth change in 5 years? Yeah. I mean, each subsequent generation that goes by, I get more and more scared about the youth, you know? Because they're very much changing. If it had something to do with it, probably, yeah. I mean, in some ways, the newer generations are changing well, but in other ways, not so well. What was the map? What did the map do? I don't know. I didn't read it. I should have read what the map did. Map to where? Appears to be drawn with an unsteady hand, wavering lines, a high plant. A small pavilion, broken columns, looking to the west, partially submerged tower. Alright. Dang plant. I don't want to have to kill this guy.
I can't cast that yet.
We're just gonna cast all our healing stuff and run away, and it's gonna de-aggro in like 5 seconds. There it goes. Yeah, that's like a main thing that I've noticed is different between classic WoW and this version, is that enemies de-aggro like instantaneously for some reason. Except in some cases, which we had trouble with earlier. Yeah, I definitely think the terminally online generations are going to have a much harder time. And it's coming from me. I'm about as terminally online as my generation comes, and I'm already having a tough time with life. I don't really see how the next generations of like iPad kids are going to learn how to cope, you know? Cuz that's just going to be rough for them. They're just like, what? I have to put down my iPad to go to work? I don't know how am I supposed to do this? I'm gonna go complain about this on TikTok. You know, like it's gonna be rough when we get to that point. We might already be at that point. I don't know. I've seen a lot of like body cam videos of people getting arrested at their jobs for doing stupid things, but I don't know if that's the generation I'm thinking about, or if there's still worse to come. Oh yeah, I played in the forest a lot. Yeah, I also did a lot of outdoor activities. We had this like little forest trail right behind my house that we would always wander around in and pick up sticks and pretend they're swords and then fight each other with the sticks, and then one of us gets hurt and goes and cries to mom, and then we rinse and repeat the next day, you know? It was fun. It was a good time. So, I guess I'm not lifelong terminally online, just more recently, as in the last, like, 10 years. How did you see me from that distance? TikTok is work for some. That is true. I do kind of wish that I could make, you know, money just on social media enough to not have to worry about work. But that is a difficult thing to do. And it is difficult for me because like TikTok is one of those things that a lot of people use, and apparently it's very easy to get noticed on there because so many people use it and it's all short form content. And it makes people big sometimes, you know, in popularity and viralness. But I never can use it because, personally, I hate TikTok. Like, just its very essence, I kind of just loathe it. So, it makes it a little difficult. And because of my biases, I am cutting myself off from probably one of the more popular and easy to get attention on sites, which is probably bad for me. but I hate it. I cannot stand the whole thing. Because like I'm not a fan of like singing or dancing or any combination of the both, or all the cringe and the challenges, you freaking eat Tide Pods and all that. It's like I don't get it. I don't like it. It's never been my thing. And I'm just like, I'm still early to mid 20s. I'm not old yet, and I'm already sounding like a grandpa, just like these kids with their Tic Tacs and their challenges, eating Tide Pods. Yeah, sonny. But you know, it makes you feel old when times change so quickly, because you just stop understanding the youth immediately. Yeah, I've been on Instagram before. I don't really use it that often. I generally just check it every, like, maybe once a month to see what my friends are up to. It's basically just Facebook, you know? It's like Facebook Lite. Okay, got all the bear pieces, so we can go turn in everything. Oh, that's where the map goes. Okay. That's easy enough. And what's this last quest here? Oh, okay. I guess more quests have come available, too. That is weird. I don't know what I'm doing that makes it so more quests are coming available in town. I feel like they're just happening to pop up every time I come back to town. But I guess I'm not going to complain too much. Guess we can sell that. We want to keep the jade. How do we get jades already? I feel like that's a much higher level, you know, gem than we should be getting at this level. Alright, just organize the inventory. We can keep that. Okay. 50% AI slop. I know, yeah. It's like 50% of it is just bots uploading random stuff and AI slop and all that BS. And the other 50% is a bunch of old people that don't know the difference between reality and AI slop, and they're sitting there just like, wow, look at this child that built an entire zeppelin out of mud. What an impressive young man. You know, like that's the dichotomy they got there, is just 50% AI, 50% old people who think the AI is real. It's craziness. We have no offhand weapons, so we can actually grab that. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I swear, back in the day, you know, just a while back, my mom would be on Facebook pretty frequently, and, you know, because she played games on there mostly, she wouldn't actually, like, check it all that often, just played stuff on there. But she did have numerous times where I was in the room and she would look at something that, to my eyes, is, like, obviously just AI slop and not real. And she would kind of look at it like it was something real for a while. And I'm just like, how do you not notice this? I usually didn't point it out because I didn't want her, like, feeling dumb. But it was pretty bad. Why do I want to kill the flutterers? When we first encountered flutterers, they showed few signs of mutation. Your corruption got progressively worse. The moths... No choice of controlling their population. But why? Oh, I guess because they're getting bigger and they're destroying the plant life. Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say, they're not aggressive still. So why would we need to kill the moths? Seems kind of rude.
Is a blessing.
Okay, and I think that this quest, it's urgent delivery. Okay, we'll just complete that. Didn't we get that quest? think we did. Oh, we
The
did.
Naru have
How
not
did we
forgotten us.
not?
Be well.
Okay. Is it because this guy's sitting here doing a little animation so I can't get the quest? That's probably it. My guy, can you
May the light embrace you.
can you let me get the quest, please? Can I get... Okay, he's just monologuing now. We'll just wait for him. We'll just hang out, I guess. And yeah, it is an odd and kind of sad thing that the more tech-savvy generations are kind of getting this sixth sense, almost like a secondary uncanny valley where our brain can start to recognize AI very easily, you know? Are there players here? Yeah, that's one. Right there. And this guy's just not doing anything. He's literally just standing here forever. Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, if he's just not gonna be, you know, receptive to me taking his quest, then we'll just not take his quest. Or maybe we already did take his quest, and yeah, maybe this is it. That is odd. So you talk to him, and that sends you something in the mail, but it still shows it as he has the quest. That is weird. Blood Curse of Legacy, what does that mean? Operation Wormscar Island, okay. That's all we need to know, that's up there, okay. You killed a royal blue flutterers, okay. Interesting. Yeah, mostly it's IRL people. I've seen a lot of people getting banned for botting. Although, to be fair, probably 80% of the bans have been for slurs, but there has been some amount of people getting banned for botting. So the devs are actually keeping an eye out for it and banning people for it, which is great, because that's something that Blizzard doesn't do ever. And, you know, some people will say like, oh, they do ban waves of bots. They do the bare minimum to take out the bots. It's fine. It's like, that's not really enough. That's more of a PR move, just like so they can point at it and say, see, we don't agree with the bots and want them to buy our subscriptions. Even though realistically, the ban waves don't come out often enough to actually stop the botters from just getting new accounts and botting more and making tons of profit. They're not real people. So yeah, they're literal AI that can go in and like sense it's specialized to be able to sense what is in the game and what's around you, and then it just plays it all on its own. And usually it's set up with a certain script to, like, you know, throw on these buffs and then go into this dungeon and then take this specific route and then pick up all the plants in the dungeon along this route and then go to the auction house after doing this like 57 times and sell all those plants on the auction house to completely ruin the economy. And then they get gold from ruining the economy, and then they use that gold to then sell online for real money, because real players are then sitting around like, man, the economy is completely broken. I can't make actual gold here, but I need gold to do this, this, and this. So I'm just gonna go onto these shady websites and buy gold from the very people that are destroying the economy, and it's bad. Kills the social aspect of the game. It really does. It's very bad. But, you know, that's why these private servers are a lot better, because they, for the most part, still have a social aspect to them that definitely, it builds some camaraderie. I feel like it isn't as present anywhere outside of, like, vanilla. Any further expansion past that, like this is, you kind of get to more and more single-player focus of a game. But back in vanilla, it was like, you definitely couldn't do really anything solo. You needed groups for everything, and it's great. So where is this tier that it says is here? Is it up there? There it is. Oh, it's a mushroom. All right. And what are you? Dragon bones. Okay. I mean, you can talk to random people. I usually don't because social anxiety, but you know, in theory, there are a lot of people in the game. Like just earlier today, I was playing on my Blood Elf character, not on stream, and there was a guy that just ran past me, and then he whispered me in game and was just like, "Hey, nice to see people on here." I'm just like, yeah. I didn't know what else to say, but you do just get texted and like private messaged by random people sometimes, and it's pretty great. Where do I get these bones from? He wants bones. Didn't I? Yeah, dragon bones. Where do I get those? Crimson Reach. Reach for the Ridge. Owlkin encampments. Okay. Yeah, so that's over here. I assumed, you know, you'd have to kill the undead whelps to get dragon bones, but evidently no. That would be too simple, I guess. They have to send us all the way back across the water. Copper up there. Can I reach that? Not from here. That's unfortunate. Let's try to sneak around. Okay, we can't sneak around this way either. Alright, we'll just go to the boats first. Because there's that guy who has a quest. Yeah, and definitely during, like, dungeons and stuff, I try to, you know, when you... Are you a rare? No, you're just a fancy-looking Naga. You know, you want to be able to have a good rapport with the group, so when you join the party, you, like, say hi, and, you know, it's a good time. I don't have a target. I had a target. I swear I did.
That spell isn't ready yet.
The Willow Branch of the Owl. Isn't that like exactly the thing I have here? No, it replaces stamina with spirit. I think that might be worth it, actually. Because we like spirit. That's... But yeah, it's decently similar here, except this server has a dungeon finder that we will unlock in one level, which will be pretty nice. And so with Dungeon Finder, you are able to just kind of queue up, and then it puts together a group for you, which is pretty efficient. So yeah, not having a good rapport with your dungeon group and getting kicked isn't the end of the world, but it can be quite a delay, especially if you're a DPS. And that is true. I actually, a long time ago, there was one group that I was with on a warrior. It was in Classic, and I was wanting to get a specific item, and this item didn't drop. It has about a 50% drop rate or something, or 30%, so it was a pretty substantial drop rate, and I told them that I wanted to get it, and we were all kind of getting along well. And so they said, like, hey, we'll just kind of stick around until you get that item. You know, they just kept doing runs with me until we got it. And it took a long time. It was not dropping. I think we did that same dungeon like 10 times. Only the first portion, though. It wasn't like the full dungeon, but we were pretty much just going to the first boss or two and then leaving, resetting, then doing the first boss or two again. But it was really nice because they were very nice people, and I wouldn't have known that if I had just gone in, never talked to them, and never built a rapport, then I wouldn't have gotten that item. But additionally, because we were talking the whole time and having a grand ol' session of dungeoning, I actually ended up having enough time to ask them if any of them had heard of my favorite game, Astron's Call, and surprisingly, most of them had. So that was actually pretty cool. So I got to meet some people that actually knew about my favorite game that is usually very obscure with people. So yeah, talking with people is good in games. On this server, I don't know how much we're gonna... Where are you going? Okay. That was an odd way to path to me, but whatever floats your boat, I guess. That is true. Yeah, that might be one reason why I have so much trouble with IRL stuff, is because I do not know anyone in real life, really. I mean, I have a friend group, but I'm not, like, super active in it. We don't really hang out a lot. It's just a group of people I know, and sometimes we play games together. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Okay, that's all the Naga dead. Or, I mean, 10 of them, but it's all of them for the quest. And we're almost to level... Oh wait, we're already level 15. So that means we're almost level 16. I honestly forgot that we leveled. I did spend the talent point though, that's good. Yeah, definitely. Not a fan of social engagements usually. I just hide. Is that on the boat? Yeah. So we need to go on the boat and kill some sailors, evidently. Luckily they're yellow, so they're not gonna like swarm me and absolutely obliterate me, hopefully. But yeah, we do have access to Dungeon Finder now, which is great, because then we have Ragefire Chasm. That is probably what we're going to be doing. Nothing. Let's see, how do we get down in there? I think we have to go through the windows. Because yeah, there's no door here. Oh wait, no, there's the staircase here. Okay. Yeah, small talk can be difficult for some people. I definitely understand that. You do a lot of damage, my good man. Not a fan of that.
I can't do that yet.
I mean, they don't really do anything else other than just good melee damage, so I guess I should be happy about that. Yeah, Bagger, stop patrolling so much. No, stop. Stop patrolling. I need to be able to hit you. And I mean, that's a fair approach. I mean, most people like talking, so if you just ask them questions about themselves, usually they will be happy to oblige. Alright, now we need more. There aren't a lot of these guys around. I hope they respawn promptly. Oh yeah, we got this buff where the guy that gave us the quest was basically just like, you know, you're gonna be going underwater for a good while, so we'll just give you this buff that increases your swim speed and increases your breath holding ability. Apparently there's more of these out here. Oh yeah, they're oh, that is actually kind of spooky, just having this big drop off and then a bunch of ghosts down at the bottom of this. But all right. It's a good thing that we have more guys to get our items from, because those earlier ones didn't cut it. There we go. We just needed the one. I come across as an interrogator. Yeah, that is true. It might seem a little creepy if you know literally every single facet of someone's life and then they realize, hey, I don't even know this guy's name. Like, that might end up a little bizarre. But, you know, it works for a time. Alright, I heard dragon sounds. I'm sure that's fine and dandy. Give him a buff because we are supposed to be nice. Okay. So let's see. We need to get some mushrooms here. I don't know how to get those exactly. Okay, but the whelp melees. And by my logic, that means that they're gonna leash quickly. Okay, we can't come up here. Yep, they leash quickly. Oh, we almost had that. Oh, we found the good spot right there. Alright, alright. Oh, we're so close. No. Okay. Maybe? No, that's not climbable. Alright, we'll have to go around the other way. But luckily, these things do leash very quickly, so we can just kind of run past and ignore them. We just put on the bubble and we're untouchable. Forever, essentially. We might not have enough room to run very far up here. Okay, I think one of them left, and the other one left. Yeah, so they give up so easily. Okay, what's up there? Just some tin. Is that actually a mushroom there? Okay, there is. I didn't see that last couple times I went through there. And there doesn't actually seem to be any mushrooms at the top, so we're gonna not go up. I just wanted to get that ore and see if there were any mushrooms up there. Alright, just pick that mushroom at absolute godlike speed. I don't know how. I mean, we don't even use any finesse to pick the mushroom. We just grab a hold of it and just yank it out of the ground with reckless abandon. Alright, the last mushroom we need, because we only needed 2, should be right up here if nobody else took it first. I think someone took it first. Okay, that's a problem. 10-minute respawn. That, I sure hope that that's not accurate. Because if there's only like 5 spawns of this on the island, and each person needs 2, and it's a 10-minute respawn. Oh, look, there's one. Then there's just not going to be enough mushrooms to go around. Oh, not him. Thank you. Okay, bye. His wings kept flapping right in the way of the mushroom and kept making it impossible to actually target correctly. And then we just use our abilities, and he runs away like a baby. Alright. Ah. Well, that looks intimidating. Just a single little kill icon on its own private island over there. Alright, but we need to kill some moonkin here. We still need to kill flutterers all around here, which there aren't many spawn points for how many they tell you to kill, which is kind of unfortunate. So how many of these what kind of owlkin do we need to kill? Or is this just, I think maybe it's just stuff in their camps we need to pick up. Maybe? I don't know, I guess we're gonna have to fight some and find out. Bubble is some sort of healing spell? Yeah. So the bubble is powered shield, and it just basically absorbs a bunch of damage when you put it on yourself. So I have, let's see, we have lesser heal, which is a cast, it takes time to cast, but it heals a bunch at once. And then the shield, which, as I said, just absorbs damage instantly over, and then for like another half minute after. Oh, there's the bones. Okay. And then we have renew, that basically it's instant and then heals over time. And for right now, that's about all our healing spells. Yeah, temporary health points. Very useful. Yeah, and I know in later versions of the game, it'll actually show on your health bar how much of your health bar is bubble. So you'll be able to kind of visually see a percentage of, like, you know, right now it'd be like this portion of it is bubbled, and then that'll go down as it attacks the bubble. So it is interesting. This server doesn't have that because I think that came in later expansions. Just gotta kill this guy, and then we'll get these 2. How many of these do we need? 8. Okay. That's gonna take a little while, but that's fine. I know, right? A very old game for just as far as games go, especially MMOs. And it's really crazy how popular it stayed even after it moved away from Classic, you know? Because personally, as I said, I usually only really play Classic. All the other versions of the game just feel not WoW-like, you know? This does it with simple stuff. That's true, yeah. That is always an issue, is that you can very easily, as is shown by this, get by with like more cartoony graphics and being stylized. But everyone's just like, nah, we need it to be realistic. Play the panda stuff. I I didn't really have any Pandaren characters because I was already playing at the time. And so I already had other characters I was leveling. But yeah, I was...
Inventory is full.
Inventory's full. Sad. I was playing at the time of Pandaria, and I did not hate the
I
expansion.
can't carry anymore.
It was not bad. I mean, some parts of it, of course, were bad. I didn't like the late game of it, like the whole thing where they would give you a farm and they had a farm on the farm and it was just a bunch of dailies. That was not very fun. But the things I liked about it was mainly that it had a bunch of rares, and so normally in the game, a rare enemy is about the same difficulty as other enemies. And then they basically just drop like slightly better loot than normal enemies. But in Pandaria, they actually went a completely different direction with it, making each rare mob to be its own like mini boss fight. And I liked that because then it was kind of like a single player challenge mode where you could just run in anytime you saw a rare mob and 1v1 it and see if you can beat it. And sometimes you could, sometimes you couldn't. And it was a lot of fun. So that's why I liked Pandaria, is mainly that one mechanic. And I mean, the dungeons weren't bad either. I did a lot of dungeoning in Pandaria. Alright, Dragon Bones acquired. We just need one more. And then I'm not sure if we should go out these directions or if we should just go and prepare for dungeoning. Because right now most of my damage is still just wands. Until I get Mind Flay, I feel like that's not going to change much. I had a talent point to use. The Kung Fu Panda period? Yeah, maybe. And I mean, the Pandaren were always a thing. They were more of a gag in the earlier versions of WoW. But they were always kind of there. Because, yeah, they had, like, Warcraft 1, 2, and 3. And at the very least, I'm pretty sure Pandaren were in Warcraft 3 to some degree. You know, as kind of a background gag character that would sometimes just show up or be an Easter egg somewhere. And then, I guess they just kind of decided to make it real at some point. I also generally assume that the reason they leaned so hard into the Pandaren stuff is because Blizzard does really like to just bow down to China. They love China. It's like China's their bestie, their BFFs. And so I generally tend to assume that the whole Pandaren thing was just them kissing up to China and being like, see, we made a whole expansion about you. You want to come play our game, right? With your, like, 5 billion population country. You know, we'll do anything you want. So yeah, that's my assumption. You know, it's a big corporation. They all love China. There's a lot of players there, yeah. Of course, that's also where I wouldn't say a majority of the botting comes from China, but there is a lot. Like, a lot of the time when you hear about large botting operations, it's centered in China. So you know, they're also kind of the ones that are in there puppeteering the entire economy of the game, which is no good. No good at all. And now I'm just following all the ore veins. I was trying to... There's some flutterers. I was trying to find the flutterers, but I kept seeing ore and getting distracted. Like this ore, which I'm going to try to grab before I kill this. But this guy's probably going to try to get in my way. Bots from China? Yeah, lots of bots from China. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. And sometimes those aren't like...
Inventory is full.
Those aren't like the bots sometimes. I have seen also like large operations where they literally just have so many people there and the wages are so low that they were literally able to just be like, hey Jethro, why don't you just play WoW for like 12 hours a day and we'll pay you like $1 an hour. And he's just like, okay. Like, yeah, then they just sit around and farm gold, sometimes manually, you know, to be fair. Sometimes they do it manually. But yeah, that, at least from what I've heard with those, that was more back in the day. I don't know if botting was as sophisticated back then. It might be the kind of the same groups of people that have just evolved their methods now.
I can't carry any
Yeah,
more.
I don't have any inventory space. We need to go back to town. So let's do that. Cause yeah, we keep just running out of space over and over. We might want to buy some bags if we can. I don't know how much they're gonna cost, but we can look at the auction house. We get a lot of money. We're gonna get even more money from dungeons. Because I'm pretty sure they have, like, if you do random, yeah, you get the satchel and 35 silver and 3,000 XP. Is that just once a day? Yeah. First random dungeon you complete. Oh yeah, there's another one of these guys. We need these guys.
Not ready yet.
Really, IT has a lot of AI as well? I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. Because I've heard that like half
Inventory is full.
of IT is just, you know, have you turned it off and on again? So if they just set up an AI to ask those general questions, then I could see it being an attractive prospect to just replace people with AI in there. But at the same time, if turning it off and on again doesn't work, the AI probably won't have any idea of how to help you, whereas an actual person might. So still not the
I
best
can't carry any more.
option, really. I don't know if there's ever a situation where AI is the best option. It's just the cheapest option. And, you know, and now they're trying to build like those giant data centers, like in, I think the modern, like most recent one is the one in Utah or something that they're trying to, was it Utah? I think it was, where they're trying to make this giant data center, and it's absolutely gonna destroy the entire like local ecosystem and I think they were saying it would raise nighttime temperatures by several degrees Celsius, and it's like, that is a significant change. I don't know how you can just think that that's normal and fine, but it's an option. That is true. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen there are a lot of coding AIs out there, which might be useful, because coding is difficult, but at the same time, that's why you learn how to code. So it's not really a replacement at all. Alright, I think that guy has another quest for us, but we'll come back to that after we've sold. Yeah, we have an inventory space. So we can get this, which is much better for us.
Be well.
I don't know why we would want a fungus-lined tunic, but evidently that's better stats for us, so we'll be happy.
Embrace you.
Okay. We need to get rid of all of our garbo. These better? No, we have ones with stats. And we might need to go back to town. Yeah, those aren't useful. I keep thinking that's Swift Thistle, but it's not. Okay. And we are able to put on this. We don't need this. Lots of inventory management.
Have not forgotten us.
There we go. We are rich. Okay. Plenty of boring stuff. I mean, it's not always boring stuff. You know, you have a lot of interesting things to say as well. But yeah, I'm hoping that, because AI is slowly starting to be perceived as a not profitable thing, which would be very good for everyone, really, except for the very rich people who want to use the AI to make billions because they think it's some sort of emergent technology that's going to take over the world. But all in all, I feel like it's becoming recognized as a not very profitable solution, and hopefully will be abandoned by big tech corporations for like another decade at least, because as of right now, I feel like AI has the same issue that the, like, what's the word? Electric cars, that's the word. So electric cars were a big thing. I mean, they're still a big thing right now. But there was a time, like a couple years ago, where it was like, oh, everyone has electric cars, and we need to ban gas cars, and electric cars are the thing, even though they still cost like $100,000 and no one can afford them. But at the same time, everyone should have one, and it's a great. And so the issue that came up there was that they were assuming, like the big rich and powerful people were assuming that everyone can afford an electric car, even though it's still like an early technology and still being worked on. It's still in its infancy right now. And so we need to wait before putting in legislation about like, oh, we're gonna ban gas cars in 5 years. It's like, how about no? How about, you know, we keep working with what works until we actually get this technology figured out. And that's exactly what's going on with AI, is they figured out how to make a baseline level working AI, and then they were like, we can sell this, you know? Like, it's a bad idea. It's not fleshed out. You need these huge data centers just to do tiny little things. And it's bad. It is a bad system. So what I think needs to happen with AI is we need to wait. You know, nothing special, nothing fancy. It's like back when computers were first made a thing, and they took up an entire floor of a building, you know? But then within a decade, all of a sudden, what used to take an entire floor could be contained within like a big box on your desk. And so within just a decade, that technology shrunk by like 100 times. And that's what we need to do with AI. We need to stop investing so much into making bulk AI infrastructure when we might find something very soon here that's going to make that all outdated, and all of a sudden we're going to have fully fledged AI running on our phones in like a decade or two. So it just seems so wasteful to me, you know? We need to wait. Hey, 100 quests.
We must unite against knowledge.
Okay, so that was the quest that we had to do here. And now, how am I going to get ready for Dungeones? How should I do that? Because we need to go stop by the priest trainer, which I think is here. Isn't that this? Or was this something else? I don't quite remember. Oh yeah, this is them. Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess in like the big tech spheres, they're trying to be the first people to do AI instead of just waiting for it to actually be viable. And so it is kind of a arms race, but at the same time, it's like you need to give it space and time to actually grow instead of just trying to implement it immediately, because it's not gonna work too well. And it hasn't been. It's been kind of disastrous, the rise of AI so far, because people have been rushing it way too fast.
May you find
But I am hopeful, you know. I'm not the kind of person that's against AI in every scenario. I feel like there are good applications for it, and I am hopeful that it will be good and not destroying the entire planet's ecosystem once we've actually figured out what the heck it is and how to use it, you know? And that is true, yeah. A lot of the AI that they make isn't even AI. It's just algorithms disguised as AI. They're not like truly intelligent. They're just kind of like what the Google search engine has been doing for years already, but repackaged. So yeah, AI is a weird thing, because you have to really come down to what is the definition of intelligence, really. What makes it intelligent? Does it have to be able to think on its own and come to its own conclusions? Or like, if I were to make something that if you put in the number 5, it always reads out the number 2, you know? Is that an AI? Because it can automatically take an input and respond with an output. Who knows? I don't know. How do we use glyphs? I also don't know. So, should I buy one of these? Are these useful? Fade. This is the cooldown. That's pretty nice. I don't know if I need to be using Fade that often though. So yeah, I don't know if any of these are actually very worthwhile. And we already got our training. That gave us heal. That is better than lesser heal, technically. And Mind Blast, which is good, because that is our main spell right now. We're not level 20 yet, so we can't use any of those. I don't know. I might just hold off on the glyphs until level 20, because that's when we actually get good ones for us. Like Mind Flay. Which, once again, I don't think we're going to get Mind Flay until level 21 anyway. I don't see how you could get it at level 20. But maybe we can. Anything else we want to do while we're here? Anything else at all? What do we need for this? That's not it. Jewel crafting. We needed bronze, right? Pretty soon. Because yeah, we could level this up more and see what we can get. Maybe get better jewelry.
Blessings upon your family.
On a simple glyph, that's true. But at the same time, if I'm going to be spending money, oh, I was going to check bags. I am too scatterbrained for my own good. I tend to forget why I walk into the auction house looking for one thing, and then I end up leaving with 10 other things and not the thing that I was actually there looking for. So bags, what do bags cost? So we're just gonna go by size. So 8 slaughters are pretty cheap, surprisingly. The cheapest 8 slaughters are only 1 silver per slot, so we could get about 4 extra slots out of that. But how about bigger bags? What about the 10 slaughters or the 12 slaughters? Aha. Yeah, the first 10 slaughters are 45 silver a pop. That, I don't have a lot of money for that, but that would be good. What about 12 slaughters? Do we have any 12 slaughters? What do those look like? I don't remember what the first 12 slot bags are. Mage Weave? Oh, goodness. Yeah, those are expensive. 16 slot. How did people get Traveler's backpacks? We are limited to level 29. I'm pretty sure these don't drop until, like, what, like late 30s? I don't know. Maybe they're rare drops in, like, Nomuragon, but sweet mamma jamma. But yeah, these 12 slaughters are expensive, so... I've been streaming for over 4 hours. That's probably true. I have been hydrating. I do have water here, but you're right. It is a little taxing to just sit down and play a game for hours on end while talking the whole time. Hey, someone named Ark is selling these. It's not me, but it's usually what people call me. I might grab some of these because dungeons are pretty, you know, taxing on your inventory space. And I like bags. I like having bag space. So I'm going to buy some of them because this version of the game just kind of throws money at you. It really does. See, I still have over a gold after buying 2 bags. That's crazy. Alright. So we can pop these on here. Yeah, that's some good stuff right there. Let's go to the bank and buy an extra bank slot just to put one of these bags in there, and then we can sell the other. How much do bags cost at you? A lot. Yeah. So about, I think it's like 4 times the cost to get a 10 slaughter at the bag vendor. So, pretty good deal, all in all.
Greetings, friend.
And then 10 silver to open up a bank slot. Did they... Is that more bank slots than there used to be? I don't know. I might just be going crazy. But I swear it is. Okay, and then we can just sell this one. 6 slot bags aren't all that useful. And then we can attempt a dungeon if we want.
You wish to buy? Trade?
Because, yeah, the way that it works is you would go into the dungeon finder and you could either do the random classic dungeon or specific dungeon if you want to choose what you want to do, which I might have to do specific dungeon because I don't have enough gear or anything to warrant, you know, anything later than Rage Fire. I wish that, because all of these are orange and I can't really be queuing for them. Rage Fire is pretty much the only one that I'm appropriately leveled for. I know it says Dead Mines and Wailing Caverns are 15 plus. Usually they're about 20 plus, you know? That's usually and Shadowfang being 16 plus is crazy. Like, that is insane. So, if I just queued for a random dungeon and got any of these 3, I would probably be kicked immediately because I'm way too low level to be queuing for them. Ragefire, on the other hand, is pretty much the appropriate level for, so. Star Trek Online? Yes, I used to play that quite a bit. So it would be dabblage there. It is sad because we won't get the bonus money and thing from that, but you know, we like dungeons and I want to do dungeons and I'm too low level for other dungeons, so might as well try this. But I have heard horror stories. Why didn't I put this in the bank? But yeah, I used to really like Star Trek Online. I feel like it was a lot better back in the day. Mainly because of all the expansions and changes they made. Because, like, you can still play it nowadays. It's still good on, like, a single player level if you know where you're going. Isn't it kind of dead? I mean, kind of. As far as I played, I didn't see a ton of people except at, like, certain events. I saw a couple. I'm a bit nervous to jump into a dungeon. I haven't done Dungeon Finder in a long time, and I've never played this class, so I don't know what I'm doing. But... And everything's so fast-paced in this expansion that it's kind of stressful. But we're just gonna go in with our wand and hope for the best. Let's see if dungeon... Oh, you can actually see the whole group thing. Okay. Well, while that does its thing, what do we want to do? Oh, we can go turn in that quest. Oh, we have a healer already. Nice. But yeah, Star Trek Online. You see a couple people at some, like, events every so often. Usually you're not playing very much with a ton of other people. But the issue with it is that because there have been so many expansions and because the levels are so inflated and the gear is so crazy and all of that, you could be doing a semi-event quest or something, and then all of a sudden you're like, somebody comes in. And normally that would be fine. But you're fighting an enemy that's actually kind of like difficult and your level, and everything's going great because you're like having a challenge against this enemy and it's fun. And then this guy comes in. This is a real story, actually, or at least based on a real story of something that happened to me, where I was fighting this thing, as I was saying, challenging, difficult fight. It was great. And then this guy comes rocketing into the scene. He's probably like triple my level. And everything's supposed to scale in the game. Evidently the scaling is not very good. So this guy comes in and he just starts blasting everything. He has like 1,000 phasers coming out of either side of his vessel, and he is just like, their health is just plummeting. Every enemy he gets in range of, it just plummets and dies instantly. And then the event is over. And it was like, he did more in, like, he killed probably 10 ships in the time it took me to take out like half of the health of one ship, because he just was that overpowered and just came in and wrecked the whole place. So, you know, it can be kind of completely unbalanced in a lot of those event areas, and it is a bit unfortunate. I'm surprised we don't have more DPS in this group. Like, I really thought we'd have 3 DPS and then be waiting for tank and healer forever, but we'll see. So yeah, Star Trek Online, it's an interesting, very interesting thing. Although I still have a lifetime account on there,
May the stars guide you.
because even though technically the game is free. Oh, nice! I explored Azramist Isle. Even though the game is technically free now, I believe, it does have a premium currency in the shop, and because when we first started playing it, my dad got us all like permanent premium accounts. We ended up getting a certain amount of premium currency every month, I think, and that just builds up over time. So I usually, the reason why I play it every so often still is because I will come back and be able to spend a bunch of money in the shop that I've just been accruing over time for free, and so I can buy like some really cool ships, unlock some cool cosmetics and weapons and this, that, the other, and then I get to play around with them for a bit in pretty much this giant empty sandbox, because there's dozens and dozens of star systems, but nobody is there most of the time. And so it's pretty fun. It's an interesting thing. And then when I'm out of the money, I leave, and then and I wait another like couple years, and I come back and I have another few thousand of the currency, and I'm just like, hey, let's go spend some more again. You know? It's great. Oh, we have all 3 DPS now. Nice. Man, so what is my, like, where does that bow go? Stormwind. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I'm so used to Turtle WoW having that boat to Stormwind, and it being, like, weird. Because normally, that boat doesn't go to Stormwind. I don't remember where that boat is supposed to go in Classic. But I guess this is enough expansions ahead that they actually set that to go to Stormwind. Or did they? Wasn't it Cataclysm where Stormwind got a big revamp? I don't remember. But this must obviously be when No, Stormwind Harbor has to exist because the boat to Northrend is in Stormwind Harbor. So the harbor has to be here in this expansion. I just didn't remember that they got a revamp this early. So yeah, that means that there is a boat straight there from Aberdeen. That's very, you know, good quality of life improvement rather. But it was breaking my brain for a minute, just like, wait, that's not supposed to be here yet.
May the stars guide you.
Okay, turn in that quest. How's this doing? Still waiting for tank. Because of course it is. So yeah, let's head to Stormwind and set our Hearthstone there. Map's graphics look nice. Like this map? It kind of does. I'm used to it though. But yeah, this is Northrend. We're gonna be there eventually, in a very long time. Then we have Outland. We're gonna be there eventually, in a very long time.
I am honored.
Oh, we don't know any flight locations. Right. We'd have to take the boat up to, not Aberdeen. This is Aberdeen. What's the... Ruttherin Village. That's the name of the village. So yeah, I don't... Should I go there just for the flight path? Probably not. I don't know why I keep checking this. It's not like we're gonna lose DPS on here. We're just waiting specifically for the tank. How do I move this? Left click and drag. Well, that's simple enough, I guess. Just put it right in between those two. Heavenly red ground. This is trees and stones and houses and... Yeah, you right. Alright, well, we're just gonna disappear from here. So what level is everyone? 17, 19, 19, 15. Not the lowest level. Okay, and they are the ones doing the fortitude buff. So let's hope all goes well here. I didn't bring much water. Oh, they're giving water. Very nice. Let's...
I am in your debt. It's too far away.
They moved away from me. Okay.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Yeah, they are moving way faster than I'm used to in vanilla.
That's still recharging.
I mean, look at him. We haven't even looted and this man is already off. He's just like out there trying to beat Ragnaros right now. I don't know. Oh, Elixir of Giant Growth. That is surprisingly low level for that to be popping up. Seems to have switched targets halfway through fighting. That's weird. Man, but it's just so odd, the breakneck pace. I mean, I know people do go very fast in, even in Classic, but like, Sweet mamma jamma.
I need to target something first.
I do need to target something first. Can we can't assist you because I don't think I have target of target turned on. I wish I did. We'll just go for someone that's low health. I could be trying to multi-dot like that, but that seems like a lot of mana for not very much actual effect.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Use Mind Blast again. Our Mind Blast does good damage, but it has such a cooldown that it's not super efficient to be using that consistently. We're pretty much just wanding, and then every time it's off cooldown, we do the Mind Blast.
That ability isn't ready yet.
Yeah, and of course, they don't live long enough for any Shadow Word Pain to actually do anything. Out of line of sight, of course. You see, this is another one of those reasons why I'm glad I'm not the healer. Because, oh my goodness. I would be going absolutely freaking insane if the tank just kept running and running and running and running. It's like, bro, I need to drink. I need to, you know, heal properly. Some healing spells take time to cast, you know. So yeah, I would be losing my gourd. Also, didn't we skip the first boss? I don't know. The boss layout is a bit different in here than in Classic. No, we can't. We just can't even wand things. Wanding is literally as fast as just shooting at something, and he's too far ahead for us to even get that far. Alright then. Find something semi-low health so we know someone's attacking it.
I can't do that.
And then just start shooting. Hope for the best. Luckily, tanking also seems a lot easier in this. Because even if I'm not attacking the exact person they're attacking, I never pull any significant amount of aggro. So like, even just AoE aggro for tanks seems super strong. It's a very, very different beast. It really does make me wonder how my Warlock is gonna do in dungeons. Because it's like,
That's still recharging.
you have no time to actually put any dots on anything. Everything's just dead before you even blink. Man, dungeons look very different. That's just a sign of the times, don't you know? It's just how it be. And yeah, by the time I'm done looting, he's already like halfway through the boss fight. And are we okay? Are we not fighting the ad before the boss? Okay, I mean, sure. Why did we get the achievement for Ragefire Chasm after fighting like the second boss in the dungeon? Sword, can't use it. I have it. Good. Wait, and that was it. What about the other bosses? There's a boss there, a boss up there, bosses over there. Was this it? That was the freaking fastest dungeon I have seen in my entire life. They play quicker? Yes. Very quicker. And those are overpowered. Way overpowered for this level. What the heck? Boss 2? That's what I'm asking. Where's boss 2? Like... No, is he just Hearthstone? Yeah, he's just out of there. He's like, nah, man. Alright. I don't know why he Hearthstone. You can just teleport out of dungeon doing that. Hey, the boat's here. Alright. Well. Yeah, so he's just hitting do random dungeon and then goes as far as the dungeon shows until it's, you know, technically quote unquote the end of the dungeon. And then he just quits. So that's just how it be. I mean, we got XP, we got some items. I got a sword. Sells for 12 silver. It's pretty nice, I guess. Some good selling items, but not a whole lot from that. And I got some free water, which is probably the nicest thing that I have from the entire experience. Man, these later expansions, I'm telling you, they just breakneck pace the entire time. And it's like, it makes me, on one hand, want to play something faster, like a hunter. You know, like, as you saw in there, the hunter wasn't having any trouble keeping up and doing damage. But I was having trouble consistently because you can't run and wand. You can't run and cast spells. The only spell I have that you can run with is Shadow Word Pain. And it's like my worst spell right now. So, it just... that kind of breakneck pace does not work, and that's why I'm worried about Warlock, because if I'm sitting there trying to cast Immolate on several different things, I won't be able to do it. And then they never wait for you to get mana either. So yeah, that's pretty crazy, but I think we're gonna go over this way and set my Hearthstone up here and then call it a day. And then I'm gonna need to, I guess, reevaluate things, and next time we'll come back and keep doing stuff, because either I can do more dungeons, or I don't even know, because yeah, I could easily switch over to healing if I wanted. I could easily just go over to the class trainer. I think the first reset is free, and I could just switch straight over to holy. Oh, hey, glyphs. I found it. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I could switch just over to holy and just heal, which would be really easy. But, because you saw that. You saw his health. The tank pulled like 5 to 7 enemies, and his health was just inching down a tiny bit by a tiny bit. So it probably would be either incredibly easy or incredibly hard to be a healer, depending on who your tank is and how geared they are. But yeah, it was definitely good to see you again, Ebos. It's always nice to have you in the chat, so I will see you later. And yeah, I just need to go set my Hearthstone, which is right about here, approximately. So we'll be walking for another minute, but then we're just gonna end, and everything will be great. And I don't know, I might make a hunter as well, you know? Just, I don't know, having a faster character might be nice. because you really just feel left behind as a caster. And I know that that'll go away in the higher levels, probably. The early game stuff is probably just really... Is a city that big? I mean, it's big. You know, we started here at this dock, and we just ran all the way down to here. Multiple districts we didn't even touch. It's a big city. I think one of the biggest, at least like content-wise. It's got a lot of stuff in it. But we usually set our home here because Stormwind is here, and it has a boat that can take you here, or I guess the boat takes you here, and then it also is strategically close to Booty Bay, which takes a boat to here, and close to Menethil, which takes a boat also to here. It also has a boat to Northrend. It's also close to the Dark Portal, which is here, to take you to Outland. So Stormwind's a good, like, hub area. It's close to everything, and you have ways of getting around. Caster's more of an advanced kind of dungeon. Yeah. Certainly, at the higher levels, things get more health and more damage and get more complicated spells and stuff, so hopefully tanks around that time will slow down a bit, and I'll be able to cast spells. Additionally, once I hit like level 21 or so, I'll get Mind Flay, which is partly good and partly bad because it's a channeled spell, so that means I'll need to be standing still to use it. But at the same time, that has a benefit of doing a lot of damage. So it's hard to tell how well that's going to go for us, if that's going to be good or bad, because if they're just running ahead, I'm not going to be able to get a full Mind Flay off anyway. But I will see you guys next time, and yeah, we'll pick this back up and hope for the best. See you later, Ebos. Have a good day, and goodbye.